platform is independent, and we wanted to work with everyone across the spectrum. So folks are invited to share what they know, and the viewers makes their choice, and we ask the questions and we give the opportunity to answer.
This craziness, man, I do not care. Why am I so anti-establishment? Because of what I've seen the establishment do to people. That's why I cannot be pro-establishment.
Power is in the hands of the people. And it really did. What we all witnessed is the government, they knew that they're heading in the wrong direction. They knew Gambians are speaking in the same voice.
What law in the books that says the government has power to come out and go after folks' private citizens' properties and demolish them because somehow the government interest?
The only way that we can salvage our country is when everybody gets their hand dirty. Don't sit there with your expertise and just to procrastinate everything that people say or pontificate, what everybody says or does. Let's get our hands dirty.
Good afternoon. Another Sunday with 40 people, by the people, talking about a podcast, one of the most independent platforms. We've been here for a long time, 10, 15 years, and we always call it as we say it. Brother Marong, it's good to see you again another Sunday. Pap Samba from Washington, D.C.
Thank you very much. The nation's capital. You have to say that with respect. Put some respect behind that name.
Some respect.
Washington, D.C. Where the crazies live and can wake up and make the dumbest decision just to feel good, because we have a showboat now as the number one resident of this place, unfortunately.
Unbelievable.
Otherwise, I'm good, man, and kicking.
Showboat, like a chest pound pumping, bravado. Can you imagine? Really?
The height of idiocy. It's just.
You're talking about. You're going to be the man of peace to stop all wars, and all of a sudden you decided.
And you believe that? The guy is a congenital liar. Everything that comes out of his mouth is always, some lies. He's lied for so long, and people believed him and say, you know what, hey, Muslims for Trump, immigrants for Trump, he's going to bring peace. I'm like, hey, you know what, you voted for it. Elections do have consequences. Let's deal with it at least for the next 4 years. And
it's a showman.
He is.
Like Brother Sariyang, you said something behind the before we went live, and maybe it's important to repeat that.
No. Straits of Hormuz, people don't know. That's like a channel. So all these oil tankers. A couple of years ago there was a merchant ship that was taken away. So all these supplies rise. Every single thing goes through Straits of Hormuz. So it's a channel. So if they say Straits is a channel, so that's why everything goes in. So Iran did. I just watched it. They voted to close it down. So if they close it down, it's an escalation. It's don't close it. They will say we'll close it. So you know where we're going.
Exactly.
Right now, there is jet fighters, aircraft carrier within all stage, So if Iran doesn't bow out, what's going to happen, right? Escalation. So it is what it is. But hey, it's not that people were not warned about this whole thing. The world is going to go in chaos because they don't have people who will say, hey, you know what? Don't do it. And Musa, if you think about this whole Israel, Netanyahu, and even some of the Republicans started speaking up and say, hey, who is this guy? What is this country to us? We give them a lot of money. He has a choice. And he start this thing. Now all of a sudden he's sucking you into it, and you're saying he's our strategy. Give him a break, man. I'm telling you right now, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. 4 years of Biden didn't happen. Obama 8 years didn't happen because they hold him accountable. But now he got someone here. He doesn't even listen to me. And the crazy thing about it, every strike, especially a preemptive strike like this, you brief both the Republican and Democrat on Intel committee. See, some of the Democrat personnel are saying we didn't get briefed because currently Congress is on, recess. So he did this. So some of them are coming and say, hey, even Jeffries is saying, you both minority and the majority leader, speaker get briefed. Folks that sit on Intel get briefed. So you see where this whole thing is going. So I'm not too sure, man. And it's 60%. 60% of Americans are against getting sucked into another war. And what is the urgency? Because here it goes. It has to meet the threshold of an immediate threat against the United States. Was there an immediate threat that they were gonna, you release two B-52 bombers to go out there and do their thing. Now you see the escalation. I mean, you're not gonna. They even went to the United Nations. The United Nations is meeting, doing an emergency session right now because Iran requested.
They are the most useless. There isn't much they can do. I'm telling you, it's all talk.
Yeah.
Nothing else. Really?
So I mean, the same man went after Palestine. The same man is doing this, and the world is watching. There's not people who have the backbone to speak against this. In both, both Republicans, they should denounce this stuff. This is not. I'm telling you right now. Strait of Hormuz, you will see. I mean, if this holds, and he's someone who can back down 24 hours. But if he holds,
he's tackle.
You will. Yeah, so you will see commodity prices, oil prices will go drastically. I'm telling you right now.
Tackle.
If they close it, that's it. So I'm just letting you know.
Well, I mean, again, like I said,
you don't know that acronym tackle? He hates
yes.
it.
He was so upset.
Always stick it out. That's what they call him at the Wall Street. They told him that that's a nasty question you asked.
Hey, you should see him at the White House. The journalist that's asking, he was visually upset because he says, what does that mean, tackle?
It was. Oh, Mr. President, do you know what people call it at what you call it at Wall Street? They say you are tackle. He said, what does that mean? Say Trump always chickens out. That's a nasty question there. That's a nasty question.
You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of asking that question.
But the thing is, though, with him, his ego is so big that he could do something really crazy just to prove that he's not taco. This is the same guy who has a problem with somebody telling him, it was Rubio telling him your hands are small, and that was a big thing. It was like everywhere he went, he wanted to prove to everybody that he doesn't have small hands. But again, it is what it is. When you elect crazy people, you get craziness. I'm serious. So we'll be dealing with this nonsense for the next 4 years.
That's why it takes me back to the folks in Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan. And they were all over Biden before the elections talking about what's happening in Gaza. They're going to sit it out. They're going to vote for Trump. All right. You better be careful what you wish for. Now I can guarantee you all of them are angry as hell. I mean, Gaza is on fire. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is the same guy. During his first term, he moved the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. What does that tell you? What makes you think?
No, he's the first guy. Wasn't he the one who just instituted a Muslim ban? It's just the whole foolishness. And to me, that's why I hardly say anything about this thing, because at the end of the day, nobody forced anybody to do anything. People voted who they thought was right for them. So deal with it. Don't come to me.
The rationale, I mean, like you said, obviously elections do have consequences. But my friend, people, it's not like this guy has never run for office. He used to be president for 4 years. And somehow people were, man.
How is I think this slogan should come back in 2026. How is this peace and the economy working out for you? Looking at 2024.
Exactly.
Yeah, this whole world peace, and he can take care of the economy. Man, so far, how is that working out for you, my friends?
Oh man, he doesn't have any political or economic philosophy behind his decision making. There is nothing strategic about it. It's all about me.
Yeah, but me. Musa, this is why, even though his first time, he didn't go haywire, right? Because he has people
correct
who have a calm demeanor, who understand the outlook of the world and understand that some of the decisions that you make has a dire consequences for the rest of the time. They restrain him. Hey, no, you can't do that. But you look at the current Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, I'm going to tell you, man, the basic rudiments, the basic fundamentals, the manpower, how the military is structured, the authority, he could not answer them. I mean, you guys seen, but it's like the pep talk. He's on Fox News. Yes. They ask him question, he shut right back. And that's what these folks got, frustrated. I think this senator from Michigan and all that, they were infuriated because he could not answer those questions, like the submarine questions, these things. And these are basic acting.
The guy was very good. He was, what you need to do is to get the hell out of here so that they would find somebody competent to run this place. But anyway,
we need to head back to the homeland. A lot of things happening last week, Brother Maron. We just witnessed the sonar. Another sonar from the president. Call it sonar. I'm like, what the hell?
And to be honest with you, I didn't even watch that, man. I'm telling you, I haven't watched that. There's so much stuff to catch up. I did not watch the sonar.
I have this speech, and it's no different from any other. And, Musa, we've talked about that here a lot. And the sad thing is, the sonar is nothing but a compilation of reports from ministries read by the president.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Because they would just come, we've done this thing, Morocco has done this for us, we have done this thing, in terms of this. So that's just what, it's not like anything that you can listen to that is transformative. Right. For the most part, you can very easily predict what is going to be in the sonar. Other than that, the ministry, the president was forced, other government, to explain about this oil thing. There was nothing new. But if you had read the Ministry of Petroleum, their rebuttal on this whole Jame talk on oil,
right,
then you would not have been surprised. So it's just the whole same old lazy. It's the same way that they write our budget, it's the same way that they write the sonar, because it's a compilation. And sometimes the funny thing is, though, sometimes something major could happen few days before the sonar, and they will not make it to the speech because the speech was prepared, maybe it was submitted weeks ago. So they don't even go back to say, you know what, let's just make some adjustments now. No, it's just a very lazy.
But don't you think, though, because the whole thing is the president going to Congress and basically saying, okay, I'm going to give you a report of what happened. Is the government. This is what is happening from the Ministry of Local Government. This is what we set to achieve. This is what our goals were, and this is how we achieve it. Are we not maybe being unfair? He's reporting what transpired in government. Now, you may think it's redundant, but at the end of the day, it's a report. He's saying, look, people, this is what we intended to do, and this is what we have achieved, and this is where we are. Don't you think? I know he's redundant. It sounds like the same one that was given last year, and I thought the delivery was good. Don't you think?
I never worry about delivery. To me, it doesn't matter. I've never fixated on the English but what I'm saying is,
no, not the English, just the delivery.
No, the delivery itself. To me, the reading thing, it doesn't matter to me. To me, I have never worried about that and all that. I'm not going to sit there and pick on, he said this when he was supposed to say that. No, to me, those are inconsequential. What I'm saying, Musa, is when the president addresses the nation on what his government is doing, you get the attention of the people. And what the people are wanting to hear is, what are you doing to assuage some of the issues that they are facing? What are we doing practically to make sure that short-term, long-term, mid-term, price of oil will go down, price of rice will go down, or the salaries will go up? This is why we are doing this. So this is what I'm talking about. It is one thing to compile a report and read it. It is another to inspire a nation. Because when you give a speech as a leader, the objective is not only to speak to a nation, but to inspire a nation into action where they will be hopeful, to say, you know what, hey, at least this is where we are going. We've heard the State of the Union when they give it here in the United States.
It's very similar, though.
No, it's very similar, but it's one of the most important policy documents. Because, in fact, when they come out of there, analysis would be on promises made. Where have they gone? How are they going to achieve this? So to me, from Jammeh to date, it's the same old, same old. That's just what I believe. That's just what I believe. It doesn't make sense.
Like I said,
and a waste of money, and this Asobi nonsense that they wear. Well, what the hell do you have to wear Asobi to go and deliver a sauna? We are not moving as a country. It's just foolishness.
Who was wearing the Asobi?
So guy then them Asobi, you go NPP, whiting, and you look at it, I'm like, it's like we cannot take anything. Everything to us is Mumbai. Ibitali, Mumbai. Them just speak Mumbai. Everything, let's just go, and chances are, and just look at the budget somehow, somewhere there will be a lot of money spent somehow to feed some people for a speech that was just supposed to take 15, 30 minutes, everybody go home. No, we have to, and chances are, as soon as the speech was over, everything about work was done. Everybody went home and Topatos and Sohle and the parties and nonsense. It's foolish.
So, what's wrong with wearing an Asobi?
It just shows the joke that we've become. It's like every little thing. Musa, you can choose to wear it. I'm telling you what listen. Ahmed Jite
wears an Asobi during...
Manneh, and you know what? The last time they wore one, they looked like prisoners. This time they decided, let's go something. But what I'm saying, Moine, in the greater scheme of things, Musa, we have become a country of, there is nothing that we do as a people, as a government, that will not be turned into some jamboree. Sibopa. Sabargijoli, these fast festivities and all that. What I'm saying, Moine, you give a speech, just give a damn speech and people go home. That's it. But tell us something that would inspire people.
I understand, but he came and he gave a speech. This is what from each and every one of the sectors, what they have accomplished and what they intend to in the long term. And yeah, these things, policy prescriptions, sometimes it's not very sexy. You hear them and it's just...
Okay, so my question, I didn't watch it, but what are some of the things that stand out? Say the outcomes, the delivery and outcome. And I think I see where Coach is going with this.
Right.
So obviously there is a policy prescription, but also outcomes to address those issues. So in his speech, what are some of the things that stood out to you for various ministries that the Barrow administration addressed? Such as outcomes.
Just out of my, just off the cuff, he talked about education, for instance, things that they have done, classrooms built. He talked about the university. He talked about, some of the same things that Gomez was here last week. You said, and all these other accomplishments. And it's a fact. This is what we have done, and this is what we intend to do. You talk about access to electricity. He talked about that too. And the goal is, at some point, I think at the end of 2026, 95% of the Gambians would have access to electricity. So again, there are quite a few things that were said. I can't think of, but each and every sector, even healthcare, he also did talk about it.
That's
so again,
I have the speech with me here. I'll share it with you, Sarian. I have the copy.
No. What I was telling Musa, I said I know where Coach is going in terms of just this week, but if you're gonna say this is the performance, what are the outcomes? Right at the end of the day, pressing issues? What are some of the pressing issues that the administration addressed? So in terms of the economy, did he talk about that? I mean,
he did. I seriously cannot recall exactly what he said.
Okay.
He did talk about the economy. He did talk about, as far as this government is concerned, Barrow especially, it's all about infrastructure. And he definitely did the what I would call the how do they call it again, the lab, and saying this is what we have done as far as infrastructure is concerned, whether it's in the provinces or in the urban areas. Again, he talked about a lot of things, to be candid. Really.
Yeah, but good that he built infrastructure, but that alone doesn't. You know that we are all in America. They got the best infrastructure, but people also still talk about the pocketbook issues, right? The economy, we just talk about the gas price, how well folks are doing in their personal lives, if business is thriving, and all that stuff. So I think all these things, is always good to speak about. I'm glad that some of these issues he's talking about it, but I think further down, did he talk about corruption and how his government is?
I don't remember him talking about corruption. I mean, there are some issues that obviously he didn't really talk about. I mean, and I think corruption, and maybe he did. Again, I seriously cannot recall that he did talk about corruption. He did talk about. I don't even know whether he talked about the oil thing. I mean,
he did.
Huh? He did.
He did.
Yeah.
And what he was talking about is like some of the things that they did, where they had some people try to explore but didn't find anything, and was talking about the cost. I think he put it about 100 million or so to explore some of these things. The oil thing, to me, I'm not too worried about that.
No, but coach, that was good though. He addressed that, because I think people were carried away by Jammeh's utterance when he wants to selfishly put our country on fire. And I think it was good that the president said, hey, definitely we spent on it, but there was nothing found. So that way we put that speculation to rest, because you know how Jammeh is. Because I saw a lot of people go, oh, this must be investigated. Jammeh said this and all that. Sometimes I worry, man.
So let me read for you. And this is paragraph 73 of his speech. Mr. Speaker, the search for oil and gas continues. A total of 5 wells were test drilled in the Gambia, 2 of them under my administration. So pretty much what he's saying here is, even though Jammeh, the congenital liar and all his foolishness about oil,
right, 3
of the wells
that
were test drilled were done under Jammeh.
Yes, and 2 under my administration.
Then he went to paragraph 74. In partnership with FAR and Petronas, the 2 drilled during my tenure are named Samo 1 well, drilled in 2018, and Bamboo 1 well, drilled in 2021. The drills were under my government cost. The drilled wells under my government cost $100 million. Although the results from both wells are very promising and positive, no discovery was made. The companies exited the Gambia licensors and fulfilling their obligation, which were primarily to drill the wells. So pretty much that's it.
So just from that paragraph alone, here he is reporting what happened to an issue that was out there. So for me, my question is,
and then he went on.
What is there? What is there? Because you said something like, you said the SOBs and all of that, but the meat and potatoes of it. You know what I mean? The issues that were laid out. What is there that you wanted to hear and you didn't hear?
Okay, Musa, here's the thing. I know you are in your devil's advocate outfit today.
No,
what I'm saying, Moine, I have listened to enough of these speeches.
Yes.
All right. To know that they are always very, very predictable.
Right.
And this is why I'm telling you, even the thing that he said about the oil, 2018, 2019, if you go and read the press release from the Ministry of Petroleum, you would have gotten that information a few weeks ago. So what I'm saying, Moine, Musa, instead of just coming and regurgitating reports, you can have it in a more inspiring way. Because in fact, when people come out of it, it's not just going to be a usual like a constitution compliance reading.
I think that is very subjective, really.
But Musa, and this is why it's my opinion.
No, but inspirational.
No, Manneh. So when you say
what I'm hearing is
platitude. So when you say transformational leadership, is that also subjective?
No, I'm just saying.
No, I'm borrowing from your words. So when you say transformational leadership, are you being subjective?
Well, but he can say same old. What Coach is saying is we don't. There's nothing different.
And I see GT. What is past definition of inspiring me?
When Trump or Biden goes to Congress and makes this report, I mean, Bill Clinton, we've listened to quite a few of those. And they are lengthy, policy prescriptions. You can call them same old. Yeah, I mean, they can be very boring. They're basically saying, my sector, this is what we intend to do. This is what we accomplish. I mean, there is nothing, it is what it is. Now, where I can see that you saying inspirational is maybe in the delivery. I mean, obviously, Barrow is not the guy. I mean, he's not, he doesn't have that in him. And quite a few of our politicians don't either.
Musa,
this is where inspiration comes in. But
Musa, when you are
giving somebody that he said, Coach is right though, the speech is a dud. That's what I mean. I mean, the speech. So we're talking about delivery.
So once you also, Musa, these you talk to people in the Gambia every time.
Yes.
Even people you have 1 minute they will waffle had about media mom, they dig more again mom. And the next minute you talk to them, they have a totally different view of Adama Barrow. So what I'm saying, Moine, when you give a speech like this, State of the Nation address, SONA,
yes,
you should be able to, in fact, the last person in that country, listen to the speech and feel that, you know what, at least my government is trying to do something different.
Yeah.
To be able to take care of A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
What has become very apparent, and this may not have anything to do with Adama Barrow, the president.
Mm-hmm.
It may not have anything to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
It's the laziness of our governance system, where the ministry will just find whatever is the easiest to just send 2 paragraphs and say, you know what, A, B, C, and C, D are do. But you know what is always absent, Musa? Challenges and what we are doing to overcome those challenges.
Mm-hmm.
In the speech. Because what the president reads is a compilation of statements from various ministries.
Sectors. Yes.
And this where I'd say, this is the bold leadership, where you come and say, you know what, these are some of the challenges that we are facing. Let's say health.
Right.
The problem that we are having from Nekani, you go to the hospital, you may not have a dialysis machine. You may not have this. You may not have this. But my government is doing A, B, C, and D to solve those problems.
Absolutely.
But what is the speech, I believe, is always cosmetic. And it has nothing to do with Barrow because he does not prepare a speech. They prepare and give it to him.
The document.
So let it be a document, because when you read it, even the opposition, when they hear it, it can bring confidence to them, or they may even have a hard time to saying, you know what, or buy the fee. Just be very honest. It's the state of the nation. It does not have to be everything is hunky-dory. And when you read the speech, that's what it looks like.
We have our guest, but there is another part that we were going to talk about, another SONA from His Excellency Alaji Numukunda.
I think we need to get into that before this thing. After that, we can do this thing and then the ads and then do.
We're going to go through with Mr. Tabora Manneh. He's already here.
Can you do the ads before we start with Tabora?
Bro, am I running the show or are you running the show?
No, because you don't know what you're doing.
No, but he can add his input. It's okay, Musa. No. Come on. So that you're not fair to him, man. Come on.
All right. Obviously, we come here every Sunday.
And if you deal with an old person, you always have to remind them. So.
Mr. Manneh, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. You know how we do it here. But before we introduce Mr. Manneh, we have partners. They always, work with us to bring this show to you guys every Sunday, and we thank them immensely for doing that, because we all know sometimes how expensive it is. Hello.
Welcome to Kid Aisha Restaurant. We are located at 1460 Boston Road in the Bronx. We are open 7 days a week from 1 to 12 a.m. We serve Senegambia food and American soul food on Wednesdays and Senegambia food all 7 days. We do dine-in, we do takeout. We serve chebijin, chebiapa. We do mafe. We do plaza, we do every other day. We have yassa ganat with rice, super kanja with white rice and fufu. We serve a lot of delicious foods. For dinner, we do dibi, chicken dibi, penta, whole chicken. We have shawarma, lots of good food. Also, offer catering services for weddings, baby showers, birthday parties, whatever you need. We got it here at Kid Aisha. You can call us at 718-450-8606. And we're also on Uber Eats. And if you've ever been to Kid Aisha, make sure you leave a review. Thank you guys for supporting, and we hope to see some new faces.
Thank you, Kid Aisha, for supporting us as well. Global Properties.
Welcome to the Gambia, a country with a rich tradition in tourism and a beacon for investors. Experience a nation committed to progress, a home where nature's beauty is matched by the warmth of its people. A nation that is fast-growing and developing, thriving for togetherness. At the heart of this development is the Global Properties, the Gambia's premier real estate developer, introducing you to our latest property being developed, the Lakeview, an epitome of luxury and comfort. Whether you are looking for a residence or investment property, Lakeview is the ultimate option. The Gambia is not just a place to live, it's a place to thrive. Welcome home.
Thank you very much, Global Properties. New World International.
According to the World Health Organization, WHO, as estimated 7 million people die from air pollution globally each year. This includes both outdoor and indoor air pollution. Most of these deaths, 4.2 million, are caused by outdoor air pollution, such as from vehicle emissions, industrial activities, and wildfires. Indoor air pollution, such as from burning wood or cooking fuel, is responsible for an additional 2.8 million deaths. Air pollution is considered one of the leading environmental risk factors for premature death. It is associated with a wide range of health problems, including respiratory diseases, heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Each breath you take, there is something in it. The question is, what damage is that going to do to your health? One of the biggest misconceptions about air pollution is that it comes from one source, or it has the same health impact that is not so. Air pollution comes from many sources, and many sources change over time. For example, if you are standing by the road, ride particles coming from tire wears, brick wears, and there are particles traveling in the air that travel in far distances. An estimated 1,000 people die each year in Washington state due to outdoor air pollution. Air pollution is a serious problem in Washington state. In a new report from Washington Department of Ecology, researchers investigated health data for 16 overburdened areas of Washington and found people in these communities face a higher death rate from air pollution than the state average. The report also shows higher rates of chronic respiratory and cardiovascular conditions across the 16 areas, where ecology has identified vulnerable populations that face high levels of air pollution in addition to social, economic, and environmental inequities. People think air pollution affects the lungs, but perhaps what they did not realize, it affects every part of the body. The advertisement is funded by Ecology with funding from Washington's Climate Commitment Act. The CCA supports Washington's climate action efforts by putting cap and invest dollars to work reducing climate pollution, creating jobs, and improving public health in collaboration with New World.
Thank you, New World International. PAP Samba, you know, July 4th is about a couple of weeks away. And as usual, we do what we do in this community. Here at the leading organization presents you July 4th. Don't miss it. Friday, we have what we call Pasamba meet and greet. People come, you leka afrayi. And I'm hoping I invited my man, Sariang, as a VVIP. In Jainaba and Pop Samba, obviously. You're going to be here. And my homeboy, Ebrima Tabora. And we got a lot of things going. There's a beauty contest on Saturday, beauty and talent contest. The winner will be given a full scholarship to any college of your choice. But the Friday is the meet and greet, and here Ajera presents July 4th, 2025. No, be mom be yomba. Friday be. It's known for this cultural evening, but Ajera put a twist to it. Solomon, Ajera Nyune, this time around, is going to be the meet and greet. People come in, when you drove into town or you flew into town, all you have to do, Newell Savannah Event Hall, meet and greet, dress casually, nothing formal. Gayang fay jay afra, gayang fay jay ebeyi, be pare Solomon nga ne kan nga leen a jox. Solomon ñëwal. No, Solomon. Kii kan la ni? Ndaxte. Nissan. No, July 4th, we do yoma, guy. Meet and greet, Savannah Event Hall. July 4th. So, to go see a town wreck, head on to Savannah Event Hall. Nissan. We yay. Mune kuy xalam di fi jayu. Wax ko ndaxte ngene naka nak. We yay. Solomon. Ñol. Nissan. No, July 4th, we do yomba Friday be. Make we xalam di si jayu. Nissan. Majarway. Nissan. Wayay. Dagu fanyan nobe. Nissan. Nissan. Solomon, we do yomba. Yes, DJ Seya. Sehangana nakanak. Ulen Fate Gai. Friday, July 4th, Savannah Event Hall. Meet and greet. Thank you.
Hey, you gotta give credit where it's due.
No, why was that? Why was that?
No.
Man lu ma jaaxal ba foog ne néema bi naka ndate la lan la si ndaxte bi li fi ndate la ndate
the senior citizen ambience is not always easy, man. I'm telling you.
No, but anyway.
No.
But Musa, before we start the program, as usual, this morning, I got a text from Fabu, our comrade's nephew here in Vancouver, Lamin Dabo. He said Fabu's mom passed away in Gambia. So I wanted to extend my condolences to him and the rest of the family. And may Allah grant her Jannah. So yeah, I wanted to share that.
Condolences to Brother Fabu. You know, one passing away, you cannot have it any harder than that, man. They are so rest in perfect peace.
Yes, extend our condolences to Fabu and the entire family. Losing a mom is the worst thing that can happen to any individual. Some of us went through it, and it's just muy low. But again, condolences to the entire family. Mr. Manneh, again.
Yes. Mr. Jang. Well, I think I must start by sharing my condolences also.
Yes.
To Mr. Fabu and all the bereaved. May the soul of the deceased rest in a peaceful place in Jannatul Firdaus.
Amin ya Rabbi. Amin ya Rabbi.
Yeah.
Amin.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Manneh, for joining us this afternoon. I mean, I think this is your first time being on this platform.
Indeed, it is. This is the first time. You're right. Absolutely. I've been following your program, but this is definitely the first time for me to be invited in the program. Yes. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, just very quickly, we're just gonna what I call housekeeping issues.
Okay.
We have 3 people here, and all of us wanna get the best part of you. So what
yes.
So one ask a couple of questions, then you answer, and then we'll go to the next person, and then to the next person. So that we can deal with every issue. I mean,
okay.
Your answer short. Sometimes I guess it's difficult to do that.
Okay.
But be rest assured that all the questions will be asked, and you'll be given the opportunity to deal with them. And I'm going to hand it over to my homeboy from Vancouver, to
Fair enough.
Brother Marong, to start the questioning.
Mr. Saria.
Yeah, yes. Mr. Manneh, thank you very much for joining us today on the program. And definitely we watch you over time, and definitely it was great that you reached out to us and wanted to have a dialogue, so which is very commendable. But I'll ask my first question. I always like to know people, because especially if this is the first appearance. Can you give us a background? Who is Mr. Manneh? Where you hail from, and a short intro of your professional background? Thank you.
Well, like you said rightly, my name's Ebrima Tabora Manneh. I hailed from a small village called Bunyadu. It's in the northern bank of the Gambia, the other side of the river from Banjul, not too far from Bara. I was born there. Then we moved to Esau, another small village within the same area in the lower Jomi district of North Bank region. So I did my primary education at Esau Primary School. So while we were in Esau, we moved to Bara. That is the one right at the end of the river Gambia. There's just the river between Bara and Banjul. It's on the other side, the tip of the North Bank region. So I did my primary education there until 1983. Then I moved to Banjul from 1983 to 1988. I mean, doing my high school at the Gambia Muslim High School then. So I was in Banjul, 88. And then when I finished school, between 88 and 1990, I was involved in doing business with assisting my father with his business. In 1990, I traveled to the US. I was in New York, precisely Bronx. Went to the borough of Manhattan Community College. From there, I moved to Rochester, at upstate New York. I went to the State University of New York in Geneseo. I did my degree in accountancy and finance. So in 2003, I moved back to the Gambia. When I came to the Gambia, I was involved in, I started my own business dealing with consumer goods, but I also worked with Deloitte and Touche as an auditor. I was audited a number of companies in the country, almost all the major companies in the country, parastatals, the NGOs, government institutions, from the central bank, the social securities, NAWEX, GRA, you name them, almost most of the banks. I was also involved in due diligence, because I did some programs in due diligence. Slug Air related to FIB, when some people were interested in acquiring Slug Air, I was part of the people who led the due diligence team. With Ajib Bank also, when some shareholders were interested in Ajib also, I was involved in the due diligence exercise for that one also. So I did some exercises in Guinea and Nigeria doing due diligence, and Liberia for a company. But whilst I was working as an auditor, I was also involved in business and also in commercial farming. So Shell company, a petroleum company, was one of the companies that I used to audit. And there was a time they wanted a financial controller. So whilst I was auditing them, I spoke with the management, and they wanted me to work with them. So I started working with them as their financial controller. So I worked with Cell. Cell was acquired by Gulp. They are in the downstream sector of the petroleum industry. So Gulp was eventually acquired by Petrogas, which has amalgamated with now Star Oil. I also work with Tullow Oil as the country representative in the Gambia for very less than two years, almost I think 18, 19 months. So basically, until in 2021 when we decided to venture into politics. So in a nutshell, that is about me. I worked like any normal person. I have my own business I've tried different businesses from commercial to transportation to the fishing sector. But my hobby is definitely farming. That's what I've enjoyed for the past 10 years. Ever since I returned from the US, I've been involved in farming. But yeah, that's about me.
Thank you, Mr. Manneh. Mr. Manneh, that's very, very interesting and quite an in-depth, and and thank you for sharing your experiences. Mr. Manneh, at the later part of your introduction, you mentioned sometime in 2020 you decided to venture into politics.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, what was the reason and what inspired you to form a political party based off of your experience as a businessman, as an accountant, and who live in the West, heading back to Gambia, and also form a political party in 2020. What were some of the drivers or the reasons behind this?
Well, yes, I think it's a combination of what I've experienced. Living outside Gambia and being in the Gambia as well. When I said experiences, if you live in the West, the way things are done, the way governments and institutions function. When you come back to the Gambia, it's like all of us, anybody who lives in the West for a few years and you experience, the way things are done there. If you come to the Gambia, usually, you are mostly disappointed. What you can do is to be either an activist, to voice out, say things that you think are not right. And sometimes you give, you prefer, solutions or suggestions. So that's what we all used to do. So sometimes I would write using a pseudonym, and not definitely to against. But also, whilst I was doing the audit work with the government and working privately, there's some things that I've experienced that I knew were not right. And could have been better. There could have been lots of improvements. And also traveling in the sub-region, because during when I was working as an auditor and during some of the due diligence exercises, I happened to travel across some of the regions within the region and in East Africa as well, because I was in Kenya and Tanzania. But in West Africa, I've gone to most countries except, I guess, for Mali. So you see the way things are doing in other countries. And you look at your own backyard, the Gambia, and I know that there's a lot of potential for things to be better. I think, personally, I believe from the little that I've experienced, Gambia can do far better than most of our neighbors. Because if you know the nature of Gambians, and you look at the people that you interact with, their capability, their ability, the pool of talent that we have. And then you look at the governing structure for a very long time. You know that it comprises of people, with mediocre ability. So you felt something is definitely not right. Things are not going in the right direction. And to go back a little bit, I'll tell you, in fact, the current head of state is a brother. So I know him personally. When we were going to school, we were in Muslim at the same time. We knew each other. He was in Perseverance. I was in Clarkson. So I know him quite well. In fact, we used to go together and cross the river, go to Barra, during weekends. So when they come, you have this belief that, okay, this is a chance for the Gambia. There can be a rebirth. They can reset the country to the direction that we all aspire for. But over time, you see that the way things are going, it's getting from bad to worst. So then you decide, like with like-minded people, what do we do? Yes, we can be critics, we can be activists, we can write, but it seems like they pay a deaf ear to some of, the pronouncements that people make, either within the country or outside the country. And then finally, we said, you know what? If you think people are doing things wrongly, and you are a citizen of the country, and you can also play a role, why not? We join the political arena, and hopefully, we believe we can make a difference. So basically, it's out of love for country, but concern for the direction that the country is being led. So those are reasons why we came together. And before we did that, also we had a thorough discussion. We had a lot of analysis. We said, okay, we must come with a difference. Because we know that there are a number of political parties, in the country. Do we join one? Will we have an impact? Ideas that we have that we think are radical and transformative, will they be adopted by other parties? So eventually we decided that, okay, you know what? We'll set up our own party. Go in the political arena and test the waters and see.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manneh. Coach, go ahead.
Mr. Manneh, thank you again for joining us. I am Samba Jau.
Yes, Mr. Jau, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yes. Going back to where you just stopped, you talked about looking at the political landscape.
Yes.
Before forming your political party.
Yeah.
And asking yourself, do we join them? But then what stopped you was, will they implement the radical ideas that you have?
Yes.
As we speak, there are almost 20 political parties in the Gambia.
That's correct.
What separates PAP as the People's Alliance Party,
yes,
ideologically and in all aspects, from all other existing political parties, that should make Gambians to say, you know what, PAP is the party for us to go to?
Okay, I think we have to be honest to ourselves. In the country, there's a lot of divisive politics in this country. And it's definitely, been existing for a while, but definitely it was something that was manageable. But it's getting to a point where people must address it and face it directly and be realistic about it. That is, there tend to be some kind of tribal politics in the country. And Gambians, for you to understand, are not tribalist. Because I've gone across the country in almost every hamlet of this country. Gambians, by and large, are not tribalist. But you have some opportunists, mostly some few politicians, who try to introduce tribal issues into politics. And unfortunately, it's beginning to have an impact. So when we were forming our party, we said, you know what we'll do? We want to make sure that every Gambian feel like they are a part of our party. So setting up the party, we make sure that it's the executives, the members who form the party are diverse enough to represent all, tribes in the country, and to make sure that all people, no matter what religion you belong to, will feel like you are a part of the party. So growing the party, we want to make sure it's a representative of all the tribes in the country, so that everybody can feel ownership, or at least can feel that they belong to the party. That is one area. It's a priority area for us. It's a key area for us because we think that Gambians have to be united. We must be united. We must feel like we are one. Because without that, cohesion, in the country, no matter who comes to power, there will be a lot of challenges. But besides that, the way the country is governed, from the government itself, the way it manages the affairs of the country. I mean, the way it manages the economy. I mean, I'll tell you about the economic sector, what we've said clearly, that the way the economy is, Gambians must be major stakeholders in this economic sector. Gambians must play central roles in the economic sector. We said there are certain businesses that if you are not a Gambian, you should not be allowed to I mean, at least own most of those businesses. So there'll be certain businesses that will be specifically for Gambians. There will be other businesses that can be co-owned by Gambians and non-Gambians. Because unless the economy of the country, most businesses are owned and controlled by Gambians, the problem of unemployment, the problem of poverty will be very, very difficult, I mean, to be eradicated. And, you know, it may sound crazy. We don't have anything against people who are non-Gambians, but priority must be given to Gambians. I mean, Gambians should be the ones who should be supported. And the reason why I've mentioned some of these things, I'll tell you, I mean, part of my experience doing business and, you know, working with companies, I know that there are people in this country who make profits, or their companies who make about, let's say, $500,000 a month. There are individuals and companies who make $1 million a month. Some make $5 million. You may be surprised that there are people and companies who make $10 million a month. And there are others who make more than $20 million a month. These are areas where Gambians have the ability, they have the know-how. All they need is the support and the guidance, I mean, of the authorities, so that the economy can be controlled by Gambians. Because most of those people, what they do is that most of their profits, I mean, they are mostly, I mean, remitted outside the Gambia. I mean, instead of reinvesting them in the country so that the economy grows. So you find that some of them are here just to make profits, and the way they treat Gambians is almost, I mean, unacceptable. I mean, to a decent Gambian. And anywhere you go, even in the West, you look at the economy. You look at, you know, it's open. What they say is that anybody can come. Let's say America as an example. You can come and invest in America. But you know what? Even Elon Musk, if you look at his company, most of the people who work there are mostly Americans. And they are the ones who are managers, they are the directors. I mean, they make decisions for the company. The profits are reinvested in the US. Now, if you come to the Gambia, you find somebody who comes in, open a business, they're making $10 million. The management are not mostly Gambians. I mean, the profits are taken out of the country. They treat Gambians like they're not very important. So that's an area that has to be given priority. Secondly, also the way the government, I mean, is managing the resources of the country. If you look at the budget, you look at the expenses that are done, most of it is spent on recurrent expenses. It's like utilities, I mean, petroleum, salaries. I mean,
I know that. I don't mean to. Yeah. I don't mean to call, because I was looking at the now. Yeah. Now, because I think we'll go into that, the meat and this thing, the meat of, because I was looking for your manifesto. Unfortunately, I could not find it anywhere. But here's the,
I can share it with you. Yeah.
All right. Here's the question that I have.
Yeah.
In 2021, the last elections.
Yes.
On the 30th of November, it was reported that finally your party have decided to endorse President Adama Barrow, a man you know, went to school with.
Yes.
There were 4 other candidates.
Yes.
Was that endorsement based on competence, that he was the most competent amongst the others, or was it based on the notion that you know him, or maybe that you expected something from him like others did, maybe a ministerial position or so? What was the driving force, the main factor leading to your endorsement of Adama Barrow after seeing him in power for 5 years and everything that was going on? And the question is premised on another interview that I had, saw you do, but decided, you know what, Usainu Dabo, Halifa Sallah, Esa Fall, Jammeh, and all these people, Barrow was the most ideal person to continue the development of our country, or at least lead us to a trajectory that will be acceptable to you. What was the driving force?
Well, actually, I think that's an error. In fact, we've never endorsed President Barrow or the NPP. We've made a press conference. I told you a little bit about my relationship with President Barrow. In 2016, when he came out as a brother, yes, I supported him because then he was new. I mean, even before he was selected by the coalition. But after 2016, I have a few encounters with him. We met and we discussed, and what I've told them clearly was that the way his government was administering the affairs of the country was not proper, was not right. So when he knew that we were trying to form a political party, I was invited. He invited me, and he told me that we're related. He has a good relation with me than most people within his government or his cabinet. So he tried to discourage us from registering a political party. We didn't agree because I told him that the party is not being registered by me as an individual, but it was people who came together, I mean, like-minded. We have a similar vision. We have a similar objective. We decided to register the party. So I cannot betray the trust because, even without me, they could have selected somebody who would be equally or more competent. But they decided to select me to be the, leader of the party. So I told them I cannot betray that trust. So, we had issues with the IEC. Just to tell you, because the party was not registered. And there was somebody who was behind us for them not to register our party. And we made a press conference about that, saying that we are citizens of this country as well. So nobody should interfere with registering our party. Unfortunately, the party was not registered. I went for a nomination under an independent ticket. We were denied by the IEC also. We made we made a press conference about that. This was well discussed. There were reasons why we were rejected. Obviously, there was no plausible or genuine reason why we were denied. The only reason we were denied was that they said out of submitting almost 900 documents, paper documents, one of our documents, our logo, has 3 letters, PAP, on the document. That was why we were denied to go for the election. We had more issues with the IEC than any political party in 2020-21. So it was deliberate that we were denied. I was invited at the State House by the president. I went, we met. I was escorted by Sirinjai. He asked for us to endorse his party, to support him. And I was told that he said we had a good relationship and he believed that that would be the right place for me to be. A lot of promises were made, but I made it categorically clear that we met with all the other political parties. I met with SFL before he was in politics, before he decided to get into politics. I've met with Khalifa Saleh. I've met with Usainu Dabo, Mama Kande, Abdullah Jame, all of them. So I told him, I cannot endorse you. This is, something that has to be decided at the executive level. In fact, initially I said, I cannot do that because I've told him that his government was not competent and they failed Gambians for so many years. So there's no reason for me to support him because I cannot justify it because nothing has changed since when we started opposing the government to the time of the nomination. So he insisted that, I should support him and I said no, I declined. So eventually I told him, I said, okay, I'll go and meet the executives. Whatever we decide, because we've discussed with other people, we'll inform you guys. So whilst we were stepping down, the journalists wanted to interview me. So I said it was not necessary. They insisted on interviewing me because Sirinjai said, it's important that when you come, you have an interview with the journalists. So I agreed. So on the State House ground, at the stairs, I was asked by the journalist that we understood you came to endorse the president, you and your people. I told them, no. I said, we haven't endorsed the president. We've been invited to discuss, just like we've discussed with other political parties. We haven't endorsed anybody, but you will be informed once we've decided on the way forward. So 2 hours later, I was called by people that, we've endorsed the president. I said, no, we haven't endorsed the president. They said, yes, but you went to the State House. And I acknowledged that, yes, I went to the State House. We had a discussion, but you can listen to, the interviews. But what they did was that they just sent the picture of me at the State House without, an audio. So people didn't know what we said. So we had a press conference a few days later. and all the media houses were aware. What we decided was that our party was not registered. I wanted to contest on an independent ticket. That was not possible. So we were invited by all the political parties, and I told them I'm within my civic rights to go and cast my votes. I will cast my votes, and the people who are supportive of the party can vote for whoever they wanted to vote for. But we have not endorsed any party, not the president, not the NPP. We have never endorsed the NPP. Since before the party was formed, up to date. So that is just a misconception.
Well, thank you. I have a follow-up, but I'm not going to do that. I'll let Musa go because there is something that he said that was loaded in terms of your register, but we'll come back to that. Mose, go ahead.
So, Mr. Manneh,
yes,
I'm going to press on the same questions that my colleagues ask.
Yes.
You're a newly formed party,
mm-hmm.
and you're not really well known in the political
Yes.
Some people do say that you are not a serious candidate.
Mm-hmm.
They do say that you are a briefcase candidate, very opportunistic. Folks like you.
Yes.
Maybe it's fair, maybe it's not.
I believe it's not fair. Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
That's the general consensus. You're not a serious candidate. You are very opportunistic.
Now,
hold on.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
What do you consider? And I think this is very important, so that you can lay out that you are a serious candidate. What do you consider as the rationale for the formation of your party? Is it ego-driven? Is it basically personal opportunity? That's what people think. Because they're saying there are a lot of parties out there. What is your political and economic philosophy that you cannot find within the UDP? Because UDP has a very good sense of forming a government. So anyone who really believes that you want to be in politics and make a difference, you can if you identify that their political philosophy and the economy, this is something that you can be part of, you can join them. You have played in Extinction for the last 40 years. They have a political and economic philosophy that is different. You think your political and economic policies is aligned with them, you can join them. You have the FP, you have the GDC, but you decided to form your own party. And you of winning, people cannot see it. That is why they resort to it. You are not serious, it's ego and it's personal. What say you, Mr. Manneh?
I think those people are very, very few. I'm sure they'll be very few. It will be people who are not, who don't know me, don't know about the party, and some of them, not all of them, but people have their preferences. And people have their biases as well. Because if I am a briefcase politician, I'll tell you, I told you about my relationship with the president. I would have gone for a position a very long time ago. I could have, when he won in 2017, that is what I've always said, that I was not interested in working for the government. I was not interested in resources, whether it's material things, whether it's money or vehicles. Those are not things that really entice me. And in 2021, I had the opportunity. I had that strong relationship with the president. I could have accepted, offers. I could have, and even after 2021, I've been approached on numerous occasions. If it was just for money, believe me, we would have been saying something totally different. In fact, when we started the politics, people were saying that I was a front for the president. And like Mr. Jau just mentioned now, others are saying that we've endorsed the president. And we've made this categorically on several times to say that whoever can bring proof that we endorsed the president in 2021. So I've refused offers. I could have accepted those offers. So that is something that people will say just for the sake of saying it, or sometimes it's political opponents. Who would try to say such things. To smear. Your image or reputation. But that is secondary. I understand that is the nature of politics. That is not a big thing. So seriousness. If we were not serious, we would not have wasted our time and energy and resources to come this far. Because I'm sure some parties, if they had the opportunities that we had, they would have joined the government a very, very long time ago. So that's not a no-go area. But in terms of saying, for us, we have our conviction, we have our belief. I'll share our manifesto with you guys. I mean, it's the economic sector that I started discussing with you. In terms of what we view, what we think needs to be done, it's quite radical. In terms of agriculture, in terms of our security, how do we empower Gambians? I mean, how do we take over and be able to do? These are things that I'll tell you.
The economic policies that you believe, they're very radical, and you cannot find it within the UDP. You cannot find it within NPP. Could you nail it down? And specifically, this is what I think my vision is as far as the economy is concerned, and I cannot find it in any of these parties.
Mm-hmm. I told you the one thing that we wanted to do in terms of in the economic sector is that some businesses, some businesses will have to be owned by exclusively Gambians. We're the ones to mention that, and as far as I can remember, we're the only political party who's made mention of that. I'll give an example, even for construction. Mention that why would we have to invite outside companies after we had independence for 60 years? You get the Areskis, the CSEs, the PAP efforts. Companies that are outside, we've given them contracts worth $20 million, $30, $40, $50 million. When we could have gotten construction equipments, give it to the area councils and some Gambians who are experts in that field, so that we can be responsible for building our own roads. Because it's not proper, it's unacceptable for us to have an independence for 60 years now. And to build roads, as simple as it is to build roads, we still outsource it to companies that make millions of dollars of profits. We've mentioned we have what we call GDP. The amount of funds that are remitted to the Gambia from diasporans is more than $700 million per annum. And we believe it's close to $1 billion. And if you look at the economic sphere, if you look at the economic sector, most of those people in the diaspora, in fact, that is the engine of this economy. But you look at the diasporans and see what they have in terms of stake in this country. It's very limited. They send the monies to the country. That economy is definitely, what is part of, I believe, creating employment in this country or assisting Gambians who are not connected in the economic sector to be able to survive, because we are mostly wholly dependent on the remittances from the diaspora. We said what governments should have done is, if you look at the country, we have about 12 banks. Most of them, about I think 9 of them or 10 of them are owned by non-Gambians. I've been to Mauritania. I'll tell you, the banks that they have there, almost 80% of them are all owned by Mauritanians. What we have said is that government could have tried to raise funds. You can get $10 million easily, from people in the diaspora. Maybe 100 people, 200 people could have chipped in, just like you do in the stock market, to raise funds. Why not to invite diasporans to open banks in this country so that it will be owned by Gambia, the Gambia government, and some Gambians and people in the diaspora? Because that way you can easily raise money so that they can own one bank, they can have construction companies, they can be in petroleum, they can be in the telecoms sector. Because the amount of money that is coming in, usually what happens is that those areas are all controlled and owned by non-Gambians. So the money that you would send in, they profit from those funds. But really, real Gambians on the ground, they have the capability, but they don't have a lot of funds to do the businesses. But those in the diaspora, you can put up 100 people together to do importation, like rice and building materials and consumer goods. So the amount of money, the amount of profit that is made by non-Gambians, we have to come with a plan that to make sure that Gambians are invited, those outside and those within the country and the government. We form partnerships. That's why we call it GDP, Gambia Diaspora Partnership, so that we can take over some of the economic sectors. And it will be easy. It's not like driving people out who are non-Gambians and said you will not, be in doing business in the country. But what you do is you empower Gambians, those within and those who are outside the Gambia, so that they can, in all sectors, whether it's fisheries, whether it's telecom, whether it's petroleum, whether it's construction. So that's an area that is totally different. And in terms of when you come to agriculture, what we have mentioned is that, if you look at what has been done for a while, what we do in the country is that only subsistence farming, if you go to the local farmers, what they grow is barely enough, to meet their needs. And they don't have enough seeds, they don't have enough equipment, where there is harvesters, where there is tractors, I mean, what we said we'll do, let's say for the groundnut sector, what we've mentioned is that what government could have done and partner with others is that every area that grows groundnut, we should add value. I mean, you should have a factory close to, the area where people produce groundnuts. You can have a factory there. You can have a storage area so that when people harvest their groundnut, they can take it easily, transport it to where the warehouse is. So some people will be responsible for that. Those groundnuts will be processed into finished products. You can get oil from it. You can get the racal from it that's used for animal feed. You can get now charcoal from it. And even there is some that is used for cosmetics. So you can easily create employment in this country.
Yes, yes, Mr. Manneh.
Yes.
Mr. Manneh, I mean, I hear you loud and clear. But these issues that you're raising, there is nothing radical about it. Doi has been saying that for the past 40 years. Added value. So if you share those same philosophy, I mean, to me, realistically, you're only driven by issues. I mean, Doi is one party that you could pretty much join. NPP, the things that you're talking about, Gambianizing some of these construction. I mean, they're doing it right now as we speak. I mean, who was the guy that basically the Banjul project was given to a Gambian? So there's nothing that you're saying that is new. I mean, it's out there. So the question, and I listened to one of your interviews, you say a lot about Gambianization of some of these things. Sometimes capital has a lot to do with it. Sometimes talent, is it really there? I mean, we got to be careful here. Just because you're a Gambian, that doesn't mean, just because you give Gambians this opportunity, then all of a sudden employment is going to rise up. Not necessarily. It could be done by a foreigner. We're all foreigners here living. I own a business here in Atlanta. And I think I would be offended if somebody tells me, oh, you know what, we are better off Americanizing it. So that is a dangerous thing. And you also talk about price controls. That reminded me during the PPP era. So your philosophy radical, economic philosophy radical enough? Because that's protectionism. You're talking about government getting in, saying, linga wara jaye sako malo, linga wara jaye sako sukur. Is that what your philosophy is, Mr. Manneh? Economic philosophy, price controls, and Gambianization of the economy? And you think somehow that would lift us out of poverty? Please tell me.
Yes, I'll tell you, if you come to the Gambia and you're on the ground, perhaps maybe your perception will be different. I mean, I've been in the West. I know the way they do things. If you look at even America that you're mentioning, there is protection of American industries. There is protection of American people. When the Chinese company Huawei want to come to the US, what did they say? Security concerns. I mean, we all know it has nothing to do with security. It has to do with competition. You have to empower your people. You must develop, your people. Yes, I believe we have the talent. I believe we have the capacity. I believe we have the know-how. Where the funds are lacking, that is where we said that we must tap into the diaspora people, because the amount of money that is sent by people in the diaspora can help easily transform this country. They have the talent pool. When I said to open a bank, now if you have 12 banks in this country and 10 of them are all owned by non-Gambians, do you think that Gambians cannot manage banks? If you go to the banks, you look at them, you look at the ones who are really doing the hard work, who are doing the service proper. They're all Gambians. So Gambians can easily manage banks. There is nothing that the foreigners are doing that the Gambians cannot do. What we say is that what we will do that is completely different is that if you have to open a bank, there's certain banks that will make sure it's limited to the number of foreigners who will have banks in this country. But we will also empower Gambians so that they can own banks. I'll tell you, it's happening in Mauritania, for example. And nobody is crying out loud that they are anti-foreigner. What they've done is that they empower their fellow citizens. The talent that is available locally or outside their country, they invite them and make sure that they're employed and paid well. And now they have, control over the banking sector. If you go to the economic sector as well, it's the same thing that they've done. What is somebody doing ordering, building materials, spare parts, rice, sugar, flour, that an average Gambian cannot do? All you need is an LC with a facility to go to Taiwan or China or India. You order rice, you import rice, you sit in your office. It comes to the country, you sell it. You make $100 million profit a year or more than that. So that's what we are saying. You have to, in fact, we've said that you have to create Gambian multimillionaires. And how you do, if you look at among the richest people in this country, I mean, Gambians are not, they have not dominated that sector. If you ask people who are the richest people in this country, they tell you Mohammed Jah, maybe tough. Maybe very few people. But if you look at, I can tell you, if you count the first 100 richest people in the country, the ones who are doing business locally, you'll find that the greater majority of them are all non-Gambians. So we said we will empower those people, and we haven't shied away from that. We know that whatever the foreigners are doing here, they're not doing anything. In fact, you have to understand that most of the people who come here and invest, they're not investors. They're hustlers, just like we go and hustle outside. Because if you go to Gimpex, I'll give an example. What they do is somebody will come in, open a building material shop. What they will do is they will bring in a cashier from India. Let's say it's an Indian, he owns the company. He brings in a cashier from India. The store manager is from India. The shopkeeper is from India. All the Gambians do is manual labor. You go to Dubai, that's what they do. They protect their citizens, they empower them, but nobody has cried that they are anti-foreigner. And the amount of foreigners in Dubai is more than 50-60% of their population. So we have nothing against foreigners, but what we are saying that we will be radical about our economic policy. We will empower Gambians. We'll make sure that they take ownership and control and be major stakeholders of the economy. It's not only that, it's so many things. But now, like you were saying, if you go to DOI, if you go to other parties, you can join them. The same idea. Like I said, our ideas are radical. They're different. We've added a lot of value. But imagine if I should go to any of the other parties and then we want to introduce our idea. Do you think they'll take us seriously? We're just going to be numbers in the party. No, I know what I'm telling you. And in terms of the government, it's just hearsay. The government is doing nothing. If you look at the Banjul project, in fact, that's an area where we talk about government mismanagement. $38 million for that Banjul project, it is definitely a joke. We know it's just like what the government does is that it's a venue to make a lot of money. And the reason why some of these, like let's say foreign contractors are given, contracted to do some of this work instead of trying to have Gambians to take ownership and to be building our country is because of kickbacks.
Maybe that's the problem with the Gambianization. The very project you talked about, you give it to a Gambian, 40 million, you said, and kickbacks and all of that. So that's the problem. But anyway, I'm wrong.
Yeah, no. Where I agree that there's, in the Gambia, there's some issues with discipline. But not all Gambians. They're very decent Gambians. They're very hardworking Gambians. Every sector that you go, you'll find people who are dedicated, who are serious, who are patriotic, who mean well for the country. But unfortunately, they are not given an opportunity. I'll tell you, any of you can come up with the best ideas,
right,
and sell it to the government. But if they are not benefiting from it, they won't take you seriously. They will not implement it. So obviously, if you want to sell your idea and the person who has to accept it is not willing, unless he can gain from it, obviously the best thing is, you go your own route.
Brother Maron.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Manneh. I want to continue on that dialogue. You've expressed a great optimism for nationalism and protectionism. I understand that, but considering we don't have a robust manufacturing sector in the Gambia, and when I understand, I wanted to kind of dissect for you to explain the difference between, because I hear these investors giving opportunity to investors. Still, we are relying heavily on imports rather than export, which is more of a job creation, we think, right? And I think in the long term, it will solve our problems. Now, how are you going to do that? Considering, we depend heavily on exports, on imports rather than exports. And when I hear you, opportunities given, Gambians can do this, Gambian can do this. And you know very well that as a businessman, you cannot start a business without, capital. You have to have some turnover. So I wanted to understand, clearly what your approach will be in terms of, supporting that nationalism and the protectionism that you are inferring to. But again, in terms of, exports, creating a manufacturing-based sector that's going to create more jobs for folks and creating more opportunities for Gambians. How those complexities are very, very peculiar, but I want you to kind of enlighten us. What would be your approach in these two, avenues?
Okay. First, there's an area that I think I need to mention as well, and that is one thing is of great concern to us also, and that has to do with land issues in this country. Land is is among the most important resources in this country, and we've made mention that for us, if we should come to power, there'll be a moratorium on selling lands to non-Gambians. And we haven't said about that. I mean, you come to the Gambia, you look at the prime lands. I mean, most of it is sold to non-Gambians. Where do you expect us and our progeny, our kids and our grandkids? Do you think they'll have land? Look at the Greater Banjul area. I mean, go to the Brusubi area. You take the coastal roads. All the prime lands is given to Gambians, to non-Gambians. They've been built. I mean, you will find a non-Gambian who has 20, 30, 40, 50 plots in this country. You know that will not happen in the US. I mean, it will not happen in other countries. So I've had friends who are non-Gambians, and I've gone with them. I've seen them purchase lands. I've witnessed it. And they've even mentioned to me that, in their own country, this will not happen. So those are areas that we've said, I mean, for us, I mean, land priority will be given to Gambians. To have a non-Gambian to come and purchase, there's somebody who purchased a land in the Fonies, I think almost the size of Banjul. These are things that are not acceptable. I mean, we cannot allow it to continue, because otherwise they will create tensions and problems in the future. Just like because land is a very sensitive issue. You look at Palestine and Israel, the issue has to do with land. But now most of the prime lands in this country are all given away. How do you expect Gambians in the future, I mean, to be able to have, I mean, landed properties? But coming to what you have said, what we've mentioned is that if the government wants to do any business to create employment, let's say we say construction, an example. I mean, you take a few Gambians. I mean, you said, okay, let's say we want to do, I mean, a construction company. The equipment, you look at the construction companies in the Gambia, the ones that are owned by non-Gambians, whether it's the ones that are doing the feeder roads or the main roads. You look at the equipments that are there, you can even quantify them for yourselves. I mean, their values. I mean, none of them that I have seen, whether it's the project in Banjul, whether it's the one by Areski, whether it's the one by Pavi Fort, whether it's the one by CSE, the equipments that are there, you'll find that none of them are even close to $10 million. Now, if you want to set up a construction company in the Gambia and you want to Gambianize it, I mean, it is very, very easy, I mean, to raise $10 million. I mean, because if Gambians remit more than $700 million, I mean, in this country, if you need $10 million to either open a bank or set up a construction company, easily you can reach out to the Gambians outside and said, okay, we need, if it is 100 Gambians, 500, I mean, 1,000, 5,000 Gambians, some can give you 500,000, some can give you $1 million, 5 million. I mean, if they have that idle fund, it will be like an investment. They will be shareholders in the company. And then they can decide also to say the management of the company. You can get some people who are outside, I mean, in the West, I mean, with the experience, with the know-how, I mean, and with the dedication, employ them, they can come back in the country and be building the roads for the Gambians, and they will create employment for Gambians locally. And the profits that they will make from those businesses will stay in the country. Equally, if you want to import, whether it's rice or cement, I mean, nothing close to $10 million, even $2 million, you can import rice in this country. Why not engage Gambians? I mean, get them involved. They'll be part of management of those companies, because we have to find a way to connect with those outside as well, because we understand that those outside, we're feeding mostly from them. So they cannot just be like a cash cow, whereby Gambians are just sucking from their teeth and living off of them. I mean, we have to make sure that, I mean, to say diasporans, they add value. And part of adding value is, yes, they're doing very well by coming and building houses and supporting the families, but they have to be connected in the businesses. I'll tell you, all the business people who are in this country, none of them that I've known of are more educated, more informed, more dedicated, more serious than majority of the Gambians that I know that are outside, and even a lot of the ones who are inside, is to know our priorities, is to come together, say the pool of resources within the Gambia and the talent, bring it home so that they create employment. It's very easy. I'll give you an example. Let's say even for water bottling that is done in this country, with less than $15 million, even $10 million, you can set up a mini company. You get people who will come in, non-Gambians, they will set up water plants. All they do is bottling. They have this machinery and they say they do, filtration, but hardly there's much to it. But what they will do is they will employ Gambians as, manual workers, basically. They'll pay them like $3,000, $5,000, $7,000, but they will make more than $5-10 million, a year. We said you can easily encourage Gambians to come and support them, give them the land, let them buy the material, let them buy the machineries, give them tax breaks for some few years. They employ their fellow Gambians. They will treat them well. They will pay them well. You look at the construction companies, Gambians are mostly doing just manual labor, whereas the engineers, the technicians, the so-called experts, and the drivers of, the expensive vehicles are paid in dollars, $2,000, $5,000, sometimes more than that. So these are things that we can easily do. We must believe in ourselves that what they are doing in our own country, we can do better. Not that we are saying we would not accept them, we will drive them out, but I believe we have, people who have the capability, they have the know-how, and the resources are there for them to come in and create employment. There are so many things that we can do in all sectors, in all economic sectors, whether it's fisheries, to have trawlers in the country owned by Gambians, to employ Gambians, to invest in those is not a lot of money. The fish can come in the country, and it can be, some of it can be consumed locally, and others can be, exported outside, and we can get a lot of revenue from that. But what is happening now is, if you go to the fishing sector, the trawlers are owned mostly by non-Gambians. When they do their fishing, the fish is exported outside the country. So if they're supposed to remit $10 million, you know what they will do? The money will go to their foreign accounts. The money that will come to the Gambia will be only what they need for their operational expenses. And in Mauritania, I'll give an example. What they do is all the money must come to their country. So if you're supposed to send $10 million for fish that has been exported from Mauritania, and you send $9 million to your foreign account, so that really has an impact in economic sector, because we could have benefited from the foreign currency that will inflow in the country. So there's so many things where Gambians can take ownership, and they will deliver. We have the capability. We have to believe in our people. We have to believe in ourselves, and it's about time we take ownership. Otherwise, if things continue the way they are doing, I am telling you, my brother, within a few years, we will be in this country, but we will be economically dependent on others who will have no sympathy for us.
All right, Mr. Manneh, thank you very much. I think I wanted to follow up, though. You mentioned something about foreigners. I hear this, foreigners, and and you mentioned something quite intriguing, and says, okay, they build these companies, they hire Gambians. Gambians are laborers, and they get paid. You quoted an amount. But that is universal, though, Mr. Manneh. Even in the United States here, people will have companies. They will they want cheap labor. That's what they wanted to do. And I think pressing on for 60 good years in the Gambia, from Jawara to Jammeh to Barrow, we have foreigners. We have Lebanese. It was a free market economy. People come in there and invest. There was absolutely no regulation as far as where they will take their investment and divert. And I think I wanted to know how a government could particularly regulate a private sector's investment, and where that particular investor takes their money and reinvest it. Because obviously, if someone has a desire, for example, from Mauritania, where he hailed from, and build a company, a very successful company, and wants to build another company in Mauritania, I'm very, very interested how a government would probably regulate that individual, how they could probably diversify their portfolio in a different, how they could manage that. I think I wanted to hear that.
Okay, it has to do with their policy. I'll give you Dubai an example. I'll give you Mauritania as an example. But I will tell you about the US. I mean, you've been in the US. If you have $2 million, $5 million, I mean, and you want to set up your own company, you can set up your own company. You can hire whoever you want to hire. I mean, there are no problems about that. But what you cannot do is to bring somebody from the Gambia and said, I want this guy to come and be my store manager. You cannot bring somebody from the Gambia and want them to take over the all management positions in your country. I mean, and if you go to Mauritania, I'll tell you, it's the same thing. There are some businesses that you cannot do. It has to do with government policy. There are some key areas that are exclusively for Mauritanians. If you go to Dubai, it's the same thing. So we're not saying that foreigners have to leave the country. We're not saying that we don't want foreigners in our country. We're not saying that we don't want foreigners to invest in our country. But we said that we'll have policies whereby, I mean, certain sectors of the economy, we will give priority to Gambians. I mean, that exist in other countries, and it's acceptable. And even foreigners, they understand that. I mean, in terms of employment also, you cannot come in and then, I mean, and this happens in other countries. You cannot come in and open your company and say that the manager is going to come from, you know, your country or somebody that is a kin of yours. I mean, the finance, the ones who are responsible for finance, the ones who are responsible for operation. You bring all of them when Gambians are here, I mean, graduating from either high school or tertiary institutions or universities without any employment. Why would you need a cashier for your company? Why would you need a cashier when even grade 12 students can do that, to import cashiers from your country? So in essence, I mean, nothing against them. We have to be smart about it. They're just trying to create employment in Africa. It's as simple as that. And what we are saying is that we'll have policies that will protect the Gambians. You can open your company, but maybe the manager will have to must be Gambians. You may have 1 or 2 expatriates. Yes, that is acceptable. I've experienced this. There was a company, I won't name the company, that was trying to, I mean, invest in Gambia and Senegal. When they came to the Gambia, I mean, we were open. The Gambian said, okay, whatever you want to do, take over this company, do whatever you want to do. They went to Senegal, the same company, a subsidiary. They went to Senegal. So Senegal said, management must be Senegalese. And they fight for their rights and they supported them. They said the manager must be Senegalese, the finance must be Senegalese. You can have only. So these are things that are very easy to do. I mean, for me, what I'm saying is that, you know, personally, I was in the US. I've been there for 13 years. I mean, I've enjoyed there.
Mr. Manneh, give me a second. I want to interject here because very, very interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Looking at knowing everything that we know on the current environment.
Yes.
How would you enforce that? So basically, you know, there's an enforcement mechanism saying that, okay, you have to make a Gambian a manager in this company. But this big investor says, hey, you know, Mr. whatever, cabinet member or whatever, the director, I wanted to give you a kickback. And I want that restriction lifted. And this is something that we're dealing with every single day. We keep talking about corruption. And I think I've seen a vulnerability right there where you are. But I would like to hear from you as a party leader. What are some of the enforcement mechanisms you will put in place to ensure that that is adhered to?
You know, it's about the mindset. It's about the people, I mean, that you surround yourself with. I mean, it's about the one who is leading. You know, like you said, like I said, it has to start from the very top. Is the vision that you have, is the direction that you want to take, is the people that you surround yourself with. That's why I said you must take capable people who love the country. You know, there are some people, I mean, Gambians who have what it takes, and all the time you hear them, they will do things I mean, pro bono, FOC, free of charge. I mean, it's because of love of country. I mean, if you look at any sector that you look at in the Gambia, I mean, within the government, there are lots of loopholes. I mean, we're talking about corruption every time. It's because you have the wrong people, but there's this laissez-faire attitude that anybody can do whatever they want to do, and there's nothing about it. I mean, even the taxes that we're saying, there's a lot of people who are making lots of money and not paying their taxes. I mean, you've heard about GRA mentioning that they have duty waivers. I mean, about $4 billion of duty waivers in 2024. It's a simple joke, because what you do is somebody is supposed to pay $100 million, dollars in duties. You give him a duty waiver. I mean, it gives you something back. It's as simple as that. So a lot of that exists, but you must take capable people. You must take people who are dedicated, and there are people who are definitely hungry for change and they want to deliver. There are decent people, even within the government. There are very good people. They are very decent people, but it's because the environment that they're operating in is not really supporting them. So it sort of encourages corruption. So definitely it has to do with getting the right people. I mean, it's because without the people you cannot do anything, because that enforcement has to be done by people. So you have to take people with integrity, people who love their country, people who want to deliver, people who have a vision, who are seeing tomorrow, and they're not obsessed with material wealth and greed. I'll tell you, I've been in the US for more than 10 years. I can tell you, I have. I mean, what I made there was I was able to make ends meet. I was able to survive well. You get enough money to live a decent life. And then you look at somebody in the Gambia that, in terms of your education and dedication and the work that you do, I mean, you probably do 5 or far more than they do. And you earn far more than they do. And you see them building mansions, houses worth 10 million, 20 million. I mean, something is definitely not right. But some of them are even good, but because the environment that they are in is like a competition. I mean, who can take more and build, the biggest house or enrich themselves quickly. So you must get the right people in the right place and have a vision and agree that this is what we want to achieve. And something that people. Okay. And I believe as Gambians, I think we are very lucky. I've traveled, the little travel that I've done within the sub-region. I can tell you, Gambians are the most kind-hearted people. And in terms of even being informed and being educated, I mean, because of our size and the number of Gambians who have traveled, there is no country within this sub-region whose people are more informed and more exposed than we are. I mean, you look at Senegal. I was telling people, you look at they're talking about Jomai and Sonko, and I've told people, you being in the diaspora, the three of you that I'm talking to, believe me, you are more exposed than Sonko and Jomai combined. I mean, you've been outside, you've been in the West. They've lived all their lives in Senegal. I mean, all they've done is whatever education they've acquired, you've acquired almost the same thing. I mean, but you live in the West, you've seen the way they do things. I mean, for them, they live in the West, you could say vicariously, not in person directly, but indirectly, but they're able to do things. So, and they don't love their country more than we love our country. So whatever they're able to do, we can do the same thing. I mean, it has to do with the leadership. It has to do with the mindset of the people who you're working with.
Thank you, Coach. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Manneh.
So, and we've mentioned when you talk about Gambians, we said that we need attitudinal change. Yes, there is a lot of problem with sometimes with Gambians. I mean, some Gambians, I would say, if you assign them some work, you'll find that, like, let's say if you go to the government, you'll find some people who are almost carefree. If they're supposed to start work at 8 o'clock, I mean, they would come at 9 o'clock. I mean, before they start work, they're on their breakfast. By 10 o'clock, if you come, they won't attend you and give you good service. But, in the US, that doesn't happen there. But there are individual companies, I mean, managed by people, whereby they are working on time and they work and deliver. So it has to be, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Manneh, I know people will see change because I have to run. Something came up that I have to really leave. But I want to ask a question. I'm going to take you back.
I think I lost the connection there. Hello?
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Yes. Mr. Manneh, can you hear me now?
Oh.
Yeah, I think Mr. Manneh has connection issues, but yeah, I can hear you, Coach.
Yeah, I can hear you too.
Yeah, I have to. Something came up that I have to. I know.
Magis
Boy,
lang
party.
ako
So
SCB.
don't worry. You'll not hear anything from me today again about Barrow.
Mane mu nga dem sol jersey bi de ana dafa ne man tamit am nationalistic.
No. You know.
Musa, someone was really impressed with your advertisement skills, so you might have a potential contract here. I'm telling you.
But I'm
Uyay. Nganema, Sol, Nganema, Cheikh, Nganema, Nyol.
Bro, Pasamba knows me, man. We have this July 4th, and reunions all over the US has kind of gone down. And there has to be something needs to be done. And old folks like myself, we thought that this is one way of helping, just do what we have to do.
Connection there sometimes.
Mr. Manneh.
Oh,
yeah.
are you back, Mr. Manneh? I'm going to take you back.
Yes.
You had indicated that when you wanted to form your political party, the president had invited you, tried to dissuade you from forming the party.
That's correct.
You went to register your party. For some reason, the party could not be registered, and you believe some people were behind it.
Without a doubt.
So that there will be not any ambiguity about this.
Yes.
Who was behind this attempt to frustrate the registration of PAP as a political party in the Gambia?
You know why I have my suspicions? I was informed when we tried to register the party. I was informed by 3 people from 3 different sources, highly credible, that the party will not be registered in 2021.
And,
so
are those people associated with President Barrow in any way, form, or shape?
Well, I think that is history now.
No, it's not history. I think it's important, just in the history in the interest of our democracy that we are trying to build, because the IEC is supposed to be an independent institution that should not be under the control, whims, or caprices of anybody in that country, whether the president or the last person. So these 3 sources that you have, were they in any way, form, or shape tied directly or indirectly to President Adama Barrow and his government and his party?
Well, for that one, I've said that it's history, and I don't want to revisit it for obvious reasons. But I am being very careful. I have my suspicion. I don't have my doubts. I don't have any doubt. At least I feel like some very powerful people, probably prevailed on some people so that the party is not registered in 2021. But like I said, I've mentioned that was history, because the party was eventually registered on the 7th of November 2022. And I'll tell you something, Coach. If you're going in a football match and you have some issues with the referee, even if they wrong you, you get a point where it is accepted that you can continue. You don't want to raise up the issues again. So for obvious reasons, but I think we're all logical people. We're all reasonable people. I know who was behind it. I've made mention of it, but we've meant fences. And I think, because I blame the IEC. I said that you didn't register the party for obvious reasons, and I know who was behind it, and they refute that. They made a counter press conference and said what we mentioned was not right. They will register the party. And, in fact, we're the ones who we tried to register the party. On 2 occasions we went for the party to be nominated. Because when we wanted, if you have to register a party, it has to be endorsed, nominated by at least 10,000 people, 1,000 people from each region. So the first time when we went to the IEC, we were given the documents and told that we can go ahead with the process. So we did the exercise. We spent a lot of time, a lot of resources, several months. We came in, then we submitted our documents. I was invited to the State House. I was informed that the party will not be registered by some sources. But the party was not registered, and the IEC initially wrote to us and said that they have new voters cards, so we have to go and get acquired endorsement from people with the new voters cards. And this was a time that I didn't even have a voters card myself, because we did our submission to the IEC I think some 2 weeks before 2 weeks after they roll out the new voters cards. So we thought it was practically impossible, to get nomination again. So we had to go out again for the party to be renominated by and endorsed by people. So we went after a few months. We were endorsed by 12,700 people. We resubmitted again, and we wait. It was not registered. They said it was election year. So 2 times we had to go out. So we were nominated by people using the old voters card and the new voters card. But that is history. We've gotten over that.
Yeah, so that is history. But going back to your analogy, if you were in a football team, which I was and coached,
yes.
I had boycotted finals, and everybody was lined up and they were waiting for my team because I believe the federation was unfair. I have boycotted GFA games when everybody was in the stands because I believe it was unjust. But again, the only powerful people who could have done anything were members of the government. We'll make our own deductions, deductive reasoning. But the other question that I have is the president had just given his SONA, the State of the Nation address.
Yeah.
And I've listened to an interview that he gave to one of the online medias.
Yes.
That said that where you were not very confident that we'll hear anything inspiring from the speech. Because you gave that it was always very dull. Somebody used dull. That was your expression.
Yes.
From listening to the president's speech, the 85-page document that he read.
Yes.
How would you grade the government's performance based on the policy prescription of the government or what they laid before the country? In terms of what do you believe is working well for Gambia and what do you believe is not working well for Gambia based on your assessment?
Based on my assessment, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say they are around 2 or barely 3. So that's a total failure. I've not been surprised by the speech of the president at the SONA. It's a repeat of what he used to say. You'll hear a few high-sounding words, without substance or relevance. So I'm not surprised for what he has said, because I would expect that, before the SONA, there was talk about the oil issues, whether Senegal is siphoning our oil. I thought that he would mention the former president's assets that were almost divvy up, amongst and between, some interested parties. The security issues, the steps that they will take, the crisis in the healthcare sector. So, but no, not. And if you look at even the ports, that has all just recently, been managed by the Turkish company. For 8-9 years, they were managing the ports and there was no efficiency. Vessels will come to the Gambia, they will be stuck outside for a number of days. And because of that, cost of demurrage was very high, shipment was very high. And these people came in less than a month. They cleared the port. So it tells you about inefficiency. These Turkish people, they haven't done anything. They haven't brought anything new. No equipment, no machinery. It's only individuals. It's only people. And, I believe, what they have done, they are committed Gambians who could have equally do the same thing or more. But unfortunately, they are not empowered. They are not encouraged. So the SONA was a disappointment. It's nothing new. It's a total failure. It's a flop as far as I am concerned.
Thank you. And unfortunately, guys, I'll have to, run. And thank you very much. And, keep on doing what you're doing. The more the merrier.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. We are, as a party, I think a lot of people are going to be shocked. Mind you, we are at the moment we are the underdogs. We seem to be overlooked, and some people might even doubt us. But we've done our work. We are at the grassroots level. We know that we are the voice in the streets. I mean, we are getting in touch with the silent majority of Gambians, and we are going to pull a Houdini. Gambians will be surprised. 2026 is going to be very, very interesting, and for that, don't take my words for it. I mean, in 2021, without the party being registered, without the party being known by Gambians, you look at the nomination of all the parties that were registered even before us, but the parties who went in 2021, do your own assessment. I mean, look at the congresses that were done in 2024, 25. I mean, you compare the congresses, I mean, amongst all the parties, I mean, whether it's NPP or it's UDP or it's DOI, then you look at our messages and look at the consistency. I mean, compared to any political party. I mean, we came with an agenda, with a mission, and we believe that it is possible. And we are a party that is growing. I mean, organically. I mean, we are growing naturally. We are growing steadily. I mean, authentically, thinking that we have enough Gambians. So we'll invite you, and you'll be surprised. We'll see what happens. But before end of 2025, we definitely want to be the dominant party in this country, and we want changes that will transform, I mean, the country for the good of all.
Mr. Manneh.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure that everything that you said, especially the last sentences, you really mean it.
Mm-hmm.
You believe in it. I have spoken to people that know you well.
Mm-hmm.
They believe that you're a decent person. And talking to you, I think you're a decent person.
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt in my mind that I'm also listening to you, that you have the capacity.
Mm-hmm.
There's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is most of us, heck, I even want to run for president.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm from Lower Salem. I mean, that's where my roots are.
Yeah.
I also know that just because I want to run for president and I think I'm qualified, I mean, there's a reality check that to be a national candidate, it takes a lot. I've been around.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm not an old man, but I have seen it. The reality is, my question to you, you're from Lower Nyomi, and I'm just trying to understand, how do you intend to become an effective, viable national candidate and to win in 2021 and 2026?
26, yeah.
Most people are saying the election is going to be between NPP and the United Democratic Party. And the focus is, and here you have, we're not even talking about Mama Kande, we're not even talking about Halifa Sallah. They've been around for a long time.
Yeah.
An unknown and uniform party, decent as you are, how do you intend, my friend, to win it?
Yeah.
Please speak out to me.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll probably come down to the issue of coalition. But when it has to do with one's conviction, one's belief, I mean, I'll tell you, I am not, as an individual, and as a party also, we are not obsessed with the presidency. I mean, we are definitely in for the long haul. I mean, when I said we're in for the long haul, it doesn't mean that we've discounted 2026. Like I said, we are growing organically, and we are reaching out to people at the grassroots level. I mean, we are meeting people from every locality, from every, constituency, from every region, and the response that we have, I mean, so far is quite positive, and it's very promising, because we are dealing with the people at their level. I mean, trying to come down to their level and inform them more, share our ideas from them, also hear what they have to say and the solutions that they have. I mean, and that connection that we're having with the people, I mean, we know that is really paying off, is bearing fruit. I mean, yes, in the past, you have NPP, they have the resources.
You're talking about connections. You're talking about
yes,
with the people. We haven't seen it. Yesterday, we saw United Democratic Party under the leadership of, Talib Bensouda in Kaur. I mean, you can look at that and say, yes, he's connecting with people.
Yes.
Same PP, mostly connecting with the people.
So, yes.
I mean, Mr. Manneh, we haven't seen it. I mean,
Yeah.
or do we have to take your words for it that you're connecting with the people?
Yes.
And most importantly, you did mention coalition your talks.
Yes.
What's your take on the kind of coalition that we can put together to challenge the incumbent? Do you think that needs to be done? Or is that what it's going to take? Or do you think, everybody, I mean, everyone on its own, and then they just go at it against Barrow? What's your take on the whole talk about coalition, bringing parties together?
Yes. Well, I'll tell you, like I said, I know we are, at the moment, we are seemingly the part of the political underdogs. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But we will defy the odds. We'll make the impossible possible. Note that, and I'm sure we will discuss this again. But coming to, I mean, our party was not known. That's why I said to revisit, so that at least you know a little bit about the party. I spoke about the nomination. We were not known. In fact, if you mention PAP or if you mention Ebrima Tabora Manneh, people will tell you they are not even close to making it. But then we were doing our grassroots campaign. When we went for nomination, everybody was shocked. That's when they knew that, okay, there is, some serious people who could make an impact. And we met with everybody. Whilst people were going out, I mean, it's like every team has their strategy. It's like a football team. When you are the coach or part of the technical team, you have your strategies, you have your plans, you think what is more effective. And some will go and do grand campaigns and bring a lot of people. They'll bring the sabars and the gewels, and people will say things, and then they'll bring it out. For us, we do the work on the ground, and then we come out. When we pop up, people are usually surprised. In 2024, when we did our campaign, there is not a single political party. When we did our Congress, you look at the Congresses, we are second to none. Not NPP, not UDP. And we have our strategies, and what we have done, if you look at the 7 regions in the country at the moment, we are clearly very comfortable that out of 3 of the regions, we are dominant or we can be dominant.
Which 3 Which 3 regions you talking about?
You'll be surprised, because otherwise they will know what we're working on. But that is our
URR?
3, exclude the greater Banjul area. That is where we are coming. You know how we started? We started from Banjul, because I'm resident in Banjul. We went through the North Bank region. We went to the CRR North. We went to the URR area. We're coming down on the Nyamina CRR South. Now we're heading to the LRR, the Jaras, and the Kiangs. We have some people doing some work in the West Coast and the KMC, but we're not surfacing because we have our strategies, we have our plan. I mean, there's no, we want to reach out to the people, get that connection, so that whenever we pop out, whenever we come out, people will definitely know that, I mean, we are good. But like I said, we are in for the long haul. I mean,
on the coalition thingy.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes. In fact,
and what PAP's position as far as the opposition parties coming together? I mean, is that something that you think? I mean, when you're willing, open to be part of?
Oh yes, without a doubt. In fact, discussions are ongoing. We're having discussions with some political parties. In fact, I can tell you there's already 2 parties registered that we have almost agreed with, that we think will definitely. Yeah. No, it's well, it will be premature now for me to come and make it known, but very soon you will hear about it.
Are they the big boys or the small parties like yourself?
No, when it comes to talking about coalition, we have spoken to almost all the parties in the country. All of them have reached out. I mean, especially the ones that count the most. All the ones that contested in last elections, it was 5 registered parties and 1 independent. Yes, we're discussing with all of them. And like I said, we are open to discussion. We are not obsessed with the presidency. What we want is for somebody, whoever will lead this country. It doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be a PAP candidate. I mean, although we want and wish it to be a PAP candidate, but as a party, we are not trying to be an appendage to any party. That's why we are in for the long haul. But we are open to collaboration. We are open to partnership. We are open to engage and to have a candidate who is more electable. but not only electability, who has the competency, who has the ability, who will not come and disappoint the Gambians, who will not come and betray the trust of the Gambians, one who can deliver, who will be a unifier, who will bring Gambians together. And we think we can identify with all Gambians. We can identify whoever that will be. There are some people that definitely we have commonalities, and I think we can agree with them. There are some that we will not entertain, because we've seen others who quite easily we know that they are only obsessed with the presidency. So when the message is not there, because I mean, whether it's us or anybody, we want for Gambians not to choose somebody just for the sake of choosing the individual. I mean, they most definitely, scrutinize, the person, and that's what we will do. I mean, you won't come and say, okay, I have a party, and I think I'm more qualified, therefore, elect me to be the president. I mean, you have to come just like you're doing to me now. You have to tell us what your visions are, what your plans are. We have to look at your track records. There has to be this, trust that we can believe you, that when you're in, you won't be dictatorial. You won't come to enrich yourself. You won't have, connections and a group of people who are behind you trying to support you. And, politics is very funny. When you deal with politics and politicians, you see all sorts of characters. I've experienced it. There are some who are very good, who are very genuine, but there are others who are not, who I would not trust to even be, an alcalo or a chief of a village. So it sounds that, yes, we are open. We are open to dialogue. We are open to discuss with people who are very serious and mean well for the country.
Follow up. I'm listening to you very carefully.
Yes.
Think that you are open to forming a coalition with NPP, yes or no?
Not with NPP.
Okay. I'm also listening to you that you are not open to forming a coalition with the United Democratic Party, yes or no?
I said, these are oppositions who no, let me come. I will tell you. In fact, we have the best relation as an individual and as a party. We have the best relation with all political parties in this country.
I know that.
Yes. So we are discussing with everybody.
Yes.
And like I said, we are open to either lead or to be led by someone who is competent. I want somebody to lead me who is more competent than myself, who I can trust.
How do you measure? Competence can be very subjective. How do you measure that? I'm saying, I ask you a direct question. Would you open to form a coalition with NPP? You said no.
Yes.
I said, are you open to form a coalition with the United Democratic Party? Is it yes or no?
I said I am discussing with all opposition parties, and we haven't finalized whether we will form a coalition with any one of them. But yes, we're open to discussing.
Democratic Party?
Who?
Are you discussing with the United Democratic Party? Is it one of the parties you are discussing with?
I said we are discussing with almost all the political parties.
So
opposition, the ones that have not allied with the government. In fact, there is one that has allied with the government that we are discussing with as well.
You gotta respect the man. He said he's discussing with everyone. And that's a perfect answer, Mr. Manneh. That's a perfect answer. We're satisfied.
No, because with the opposition, I don't see the opposition as even the government. I see them as we are not enemies. The oppositions. We may have divergent views. We may have different approaches. We may have different ways of going about things. But obviously, I see them as even people in NPP. They will reach out. We'll discuss with them. They will say, okay, we think that we can work with you. You can come on board. But that one I can tell you categorically is a no. Because what I've told them lately when I was contacted is that, the government, they are in power. They don't need to offer me anything for me to come on board. What they need to do is what the Gambians have employed them to do. Let them deliver. If they should deliver, Gambians will accept them. And naturally, most oppositions will agree with them. But you cannot come and want Manneh to join you or somebody to join you when you're not doing the right thing. So obviously that that will be beyond my reputation and my values. To side with, unless the government makes 180 degrees change. I don't see a way to definitely coalesce with them.
Mr. Moron, come in. I just hope down the line you're not going to come and say, well, yeah, they make 180 degrees turn.
Thank you, Mr. Manneh. Mr. Manneh.
Yeah.
Obviously, being in the Gambia and being on the ground, you're more knowledgeable and up to speed on all the challenges that the country faces. And heading into 2026, what do you think would be more of a convergence of narrative heading into it? And this is irrespective of, you know, all the political parties. But what do you think one denominator that you guys all share, and there is a need for you guys to converge and discuss all these challenges and come out with a theme? What would be your approach?
First, we have to understand the opponent, and we have to know the challenges that we're facing, especially as political parties and opposition parties and Gambians at large. That we should not underrate, the government. The power of incumbency and the advantages and the privileges that the incumbent have. And they're ready to do everything. If we think 2021, was they've given it their weight. I think they're going to put in more in 2026 than they've done in 2021, because this election for them, it's like it's the be it. It's like everything that it's like everything is at stake for them. Because they know that the Gambians are very aware, they're very informed. They've given them a second chance. Thinking that, okay, maybe the first term was a coalition government, and the government has been given a second chance, and they have a lot of resources, and they're willing to do inducements, to pay off people to do whatever they need to do, to come with last minute deliveries. So it's going to be a tough one, but I don't think it's going to be as tough as most people think, because the average Gambian is now aware of politics of inducement or flattery or trying to offer material things and benefits. So people will accept that. Now, in terms of the opposition, one rallying cry is that this government has not delivered. It has failed all Gambians, even those within the NPP. How do we make them comfortable and to trust us? It's one to remove this government, because it is not sustainable. This cannot continue. So that is something that we all agree that this government must go. So we must convince all Gambians that this government must go. Now, the tricky question is, if they go, who should replace them? Because we don't want a repeat of 2016. To only say the government must go and replace it with one that is even worse. So the rallying cry will be one. I think the number one thing is what will unify Gambians? That is what will bring Gambians together, so that we feel like we are all stakeholders, so that we feel like the next government will represent the interest of all Gambians. Because the concern with Gambians is that anywhere you go, and I will mention this, for me, I tell people, I'm not a politician. I say it as I think it is. If we get people support, that's it. If we don't get it, we know, that is our destiny, that is our fate. But this issue of tribal politics, we must divide that, because Gambians are not tribalist. But the issue is fear, and it's fear of the unknown. And I tell you from my own analysis, what I think, 2021 people didn't vote for Barrow because of his competence, because they want him. But they vote for, and this is something that I've mentioned in the television, they vote for him because people were fearful of either the UDP or Dabo, Hussein Dabo, Lawyer Dabo. And this I've mentioned, I've told, this was in 2022, just immediately after election. I said UDP, they should get their house in order. I believe I've known the leader of the party. He is not a tribalist. The two wives are not, I think it's a Wolof and a Serer. But the image that has been painted to them, they have to find a way to whitewash that and make it clean and convince people. So, but all political parties must be unifiers. We must come together to bring Gambians together, because the fear is that, if somebody comes in, so this is the concern, that if somebody comes in and belongs to a majority tribe, they will give privilege to the majority tribe. So the minority tribes will be concerned that, okay, what is our interest? What is our stake? Will we be protected? So politicians would take advantage of that and tell, the majority tribes, I mean, some of them, that, okay, let us come together because that is our strength, that is our weight. And minority tribes will be telling each other, okay, if we don't come together, when these people come, they will oppress us. And the majority are saying when the minority come, they will come together and oppress us. And that is very nonsensical. I mean, it will not happen in this country. Whether we like it or not, as Gambians, I mean, that is our destiny, that we are here as different tribes and we belong to different religions. No one can change that, and we'll be related to each other. We have intermarried. I mean, if you look at even son names, I mean, if you look at anyone's son name, give an example. If you look at a son name like Njai, if you go to my area, the ones who are Njais, they are Mandinkos. If you come to Banjul, I mean, they are Wolofs. If you go to the Sarahules, I mean, areas, they are Sarahules. And you go to the Fulas, the Njai are Fulas, and you get the Njai Serer. So this is nonsense about tribal issues. So these are things that we must completely eradicate and make people comfortable that the parties are here not to promote any partisan interest, but to promote the interests of all Gambians. And all Gambians must see that their interests will be protected and they will have something at stake. But also to tell them, once we come to power, what will we offer the Gambians that will uplift, I mean, their livelihood, that will develop the country, that will change, I mean, their lives, that will protect them, that will empower them, I mean, that will develop them. I think it is possible. It's not about just being the president, just being the leadership, or just being compromised. I mean, we all have our biases. That is natural. I mean, somebody who supports PAP, if you tell him, they'll tell you PAP is, we think, will be the best representative. Somebody who is with Doi will tell you likewise. So will UDP or whoever follows Mama Kande or any other.
So, Mr. Manneh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So pressing on, you mentioned a lot of things, but what I'm interested right now, we have to look behind us. 2021, lessons learned.
Yeah.
Lessons should be drawn.
Yeah.
And things that divide us.
Yeah.
We need to make sure that we address those. I get that. But now, looking forward, you articulated well about the challenges and all the different things that's happening in that country. Now, as a party leader, if you had to reach out, and you mentioned earlier saying that you're talking to all these different parties, but what is the common theme, though? I mean, what are some of the things that, if I call the UDP party leader, we spoke on the phone, this is one pressing issue that we all speak about. If I call GDC and spoke to him, that's just the one pressing SR file, and the rest. There should be some type of a conversion whereby you guys agreed on one particular issue that is dear to the Gambian people, and we all know that. It's the reason why everyone is calling for a change, because the trajectory of the current status quo is unsatisfactory and is unsustainable, right? So I think what I wanted to hear from you as a party leader is, what are some of the things that you guys discuss, and what are some of ways? Obviously, negotiation is very hard. You give someone, what you want, mostly you're not gonna have it, but it's a give and take.
Absolutely.
Understanding lessons learned. What would be some type of a premise that you guys agreed on, or some of the things that you are looking to ensure that when you guys meet on the table, some of the things that happened, and applying lessons learned back in 2021?
Yes. Well, the first thing is that the government must go. That is something that we've all agreed on. I mean, anybody that you talk to, they'll tell you that this government has to go. It cannot continue. It's not sustainable. I mean, the way they are managing our resources. I mean, how do we come in? I mean, to salvage the country, that we're highly indebted. I mean, and we need to at least close the loopholes in terms of, I mean, the resource leakage. Government, how do we have an efficient government? So it's a matter of seeing that one. You get political party leaders. I mean, they have their ideas. I mean, but what we agreed on is that the government is a bad government. We need a more responsible government, a more responsive government. I mean, everybody would say that, I think, or we think that we can do that better. So, but what needs to happen is trust. For me, what I believe need to happen among the political parties is trust. And that trust, we have to build that first, and then we can sell the rest to the Gambians, because I think the ideas are already there, that what we need to do to have a better government, one that can, I mean, respond to the needs of the people. What do we do to empower Gambians? I mean, those are all there, but unless there is trust, there's trust amongst even the political party, I mean, structure and the leadership. I mean, I think that is what is being done. But sincerely, I believe that before 2026, I mean, people will converge. People will converge. The reason why it's not a lot is not happening now. There's a lot of things happening behind the scenes. I've tell you, I've encountered some people. I've met with them. We've discussed. They will say, "Okay, we hear your policies. This is our policies. I think we can marry them, and it will be better for us." And you know, in terms of once we're lucky that we come into power, we'll implement both, and our people and your people will all be part of the government. That is fine and good. But I've also met certain people who will say that you know, they'll call you, and the first time you met with them, they'll tell you, you know what, come and join us, and you support us, without telling you their agenda, their vision, what they want to do. They'll just say, come and join us, because I mean, for reasons that are not convincing. So that's why I said there has to be trust building. I mean, among the political parties first, they have to trust each other, and the populace also has to really, I mean, trust them. They have to reach out to the population, but it is going to happen naturally, I think. Because I think the population are listening to the people, and the population, either the party leaders agree to come together, or the population, the people who are main stakeholders, will direct them to come together. What I mean by directing them to come together is that, you know, the population will lean on, you know, one party or more, and eventually we'll all have to agree that one has more opportunity than the others, has more numbers than the others. I mean, people have more trust in that than the others, and the natural thing and the right thing and the proper thing to do is to agree with whatever, I mean, people decide. That will be up to Gambians, but I think we have capable people, we have knowledgeable people. We must put aside our egos, our ambitions, and we must not. I've always mentioned that there's nobody who can say that I'm more qualified now to be a president than the other. Nobody has gone to a university where they teach you how to be a president. So most of it has to do with, yes, education is one thing that is very important. But I mean, empathy is very important. I mean, you have to be patriotic. You have to love and care for your people. You have to be decent. People have to see honesty in you. They have to see, I mean, trust in you. I mean, they have to be willing to. They have to have that trust that they can give you, even without being the president. They can give you $1 million and go and sleep for a year, and if they come back, I mean, you will give it back to them. So, I mean, I think that's very important.
Thank you, Mr. Manneh. Faramos, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Manneh.
Yes.
You know, you've been around for a while, but I mean, maybe in the next 20 minutes we will definitely let you go. Everything is okay? You fine?
Yes, I am. I am indeed. I'm fine. It's a Sunday, so it's a day that I relax. So I'm doing okay. Just that it's getting dark here. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe the light is not very clear, but the audio is fine. So it's good.
Yes, at least you got your internet together. Like we had talked to you a few days ago. Like
yes.
We have a good connection. So we'll have a conversation. And the feedback we're getting so far, we are definitely interested. I mean, Manneh, there are two fundamentals. We're still talking about 2026 elections.
Yes.
There are two fundamentals that I would call determinants of the outcome of the election in 2026. Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just my personal opinion, and I want you to check in. One is the under what constitution are we going to run 2026? There is a proposed 2024 draft that is sitting at the National Assembly. There is a debate whether we will allow it to go to the second round. And I mean, people are saying, at least if that were to happen, and then we have a new constitution where there's a second round of voting, and then there's a term limit, that is going to really impact the 2026 general elections. That's
Yes.
It's also the other fundamental determinant is a coalition of parties basically coming together. Just like we did in 2016. To confront the incumbent. Like you said, they have the resources, they've been around. So basically dislodging an incumbent is difficult, especially in Africa.
Absolutely.
So what's your take on those two fundamental determinants, in the constitution or running under the current 1997 constitution, and also a coalition of parties coming together. If you can comment on those two determinants.
Yes. Well, I think I don't think the political will is there for the 2024. I mean, constitution. Well, for the to adopt the one before 2024. I think 2021 to go through. The will is not there. So, and to impose the 20, I don't think the 2024 will pass as it is. I mean, for me personally, I don't endorse it. I don't support it. And I think the status quo is satisfied with going with the 1997 constitution, because they will have their concern that if it is supposed to be 1997 constitution is winner takes all, and the revised one is I think 50+1. So I think they will even have their doubts that they can pull the 50%. So to go for a second round might not be the best option for them. So I doubt that the 2024, I mean, constitution will get through, because I mean a lot of people are also against it. Because if you look at some of the things, especially immunity to the president, is something that I think is unacceptable. I mean, personally, I don't think it makes sense. So we may go with the 1997 constitution. I mean, if definitely it's a 50+1, the incumbent will have a bigger challenge. It will be very, very difficult for him.
Mr. Manneh,
but if you go with...
let me follow up.
Yeah.
You say you don't support the 2024 draft. Of course, you have other reasons.
Yes.
But also know that 50+1,
yeah,
the incumbent would have some serious challenges.
Yes.
Still think that as an opposition, we are better off going to the elections under the 1997 constitution, right?
Yeah. That's correct. That's correct.
So we are better off going with the 1997 constitution.
Yeah, and the former, I mean, constitution that was drafted before being revised by the authorities, I would have easily gone with that one. I think it's more representative of our views, our desires, and what the people want. So this revised one is what suits, I mean, the status quo, what suits the authorities. So it's a catch-22 situation. I mean, do you go with the 2024 election just constitution just for the purpose of elections? Or do you go with the 1997 constitution, and where the chances of the incumbent might be a little bit on the high side? But I mean, I will be very surprised. I mean, even if it is not 50+1, I'll be very surprised that the incumbent can definitely pull it off. I think if we do the right thing, if we are definitely sincere, especially as opposition parties, I mean, and Gambians also, if they are really informed enough, I don't think they have a chance to win, even going by the 1997 constitution. I mean, this government, unless you go out, I mean, and talk to the people, even within the party, even those who supported the party in 2016 and also in 2021 and voted for the government, most of them are disillusioned. What you're seeing is a facade. People will come out. If you bring in the money and the drums and the entertainment, they will accept it. They will dance and come out. But I think reality will kick in around the middle of 2026. Most people who are, I mean, shouting and being supportive of the government, we will be surprised. You know what has happened lately with the CD, what's the name again? Keba Madi and co, or of course, a part of the NPP. I think we will see a repeat of that before 2020, middle of 2026. A lot of people will abandon the party. They don't have a chance. I don't think they will make it. I think the pressure also will be very high. People are relaxed now because the elections are a bit far off. But I think there'll be a lot of pressure from the international community.
Yeah. Do you believe Barrow can be dislodged under the 1997 constitution without a coalition of parties?
For me, what I think, what I would support or encourage is that for there to be a coalition of parties. If all the parties can come together, I mean, it will be very, very easy to dislodge the president. And even without all the parties coming together, I mean, there are some parties who have at least numbers, who have I mean, a good base in the country. I think if they should come together also, it will be possible, I mean, to lodge the party. You know, mind you, I mean, initially there was mention of briefcase parties, and you have to understand that there are some briefcase parties. There are some who are interested in just making some money. There are some people who are interested in having positions. Yeah, there are those political parties, and they don't even care about reaching out to people, campaigning, selling their agenda, meeting the people. So even if those people don't join the coalition, I don't think it will make much of a difference. But even in a worst case scenario, even if there is no coalition, if there is no coalition at all, I think there is a possibility that one or two parties can dislodge the current government. I believe so, because it depends on the work that is done now against election time. I think there's a possibility. But I believe there will be a coalition. Yes.
Okay, coalition. There are two scenarios of a coalition, and I wanted to kind of comment on this.
Yes.
There is the most effective coalition. Most observers, pundits, would say you have a coalition of parties with the United Democratic Party, because we've seen elections. Numbers don't lie. They have any other opposition party. So if we put together under the United Democratic Party, at least one of them, GDC, DOI, Sobea, SFL, Gambia Football, if those parties come together with the United Democratic Party, that's one coalition that people believe can dislodge President Biden.
I agree completely. If they all come together.
There is another option people are whistling. All these smaller parties would come together. I used to talk about this in 2021. They call it the third rail, meaning all the parties come together except the United Democratic Party and the NDP and join forces, and that could scramble the race in a way that either will win or they will give advantage the United Democratic Party. Can you comment on those scenarios?
I concur with that as well. That's why I said that my belief is that you have to for me, I'm not a politician. I'm just realistic. Like I said, everybody knows from last election. Based on the results, UDP has the numbers. So supposedly now, from what has happened is that they have the numbers. They are the biggest opposition party in the country, and we all have to agree to that as far as 2021 is concerned. Now, going forward to 2026, dynamics might change. Things might change. Some other party can pull off, and be able to attract more things. But yes, when that happens, people will know. I think people are smart enough to be able to identify which party or which individual has the potential, to make it. But in terms of coalition, like you said, the first one, if all the parties come together, that is whether it's UDP and GDC and PAP and DOI and APP Sobea, and the parties that are really more relevant, if you may, I think if they come together, it will be a very easy victory. They have to bring in a candidate also that is highly acceptable. Who people can have trust in. That is a bit of a challenge at the moment, but I think that is possible. But the second scenario is that where you have UDP go solo, and you have the other parties, some of the other parties come together. That's why I said even without a coalition at all, I think the way things are in this country, if the messaging is done right, if the reach out is correct, and if people can be convinced that we are the right person, whether it's UDP or PAP or any other party, if you can send the message properly, I think it's possible. It's possible to definitely defeat the NPP. I believe so. I believe it is possible. UDP can do it solo, and you may be surprised. I believe we can do it solo, because you have to believe in yourself. And I believe if you have some smaller parties come together, also they can do it as well. So the opportunity is there. It is very possible. I've spoken to these people. I've met even people in NPP. I've discussed with them. I'll tell you, you'll be surprised. The confidence is not there. They don't even believe that they can make it. So they will try other options, and you have to understand that. So we have to play our cards right. We have to be ahead of them. And don't discount anything. Know that anything is possible with them. They'll be willing to pull all kinds of tricks. So it's like a game of the police and the mafia. The police will try to always be ahead. So we're dealing with people who, and there are very few, who are very powerful, But for this election, for them to retain their power, they are willing to do anything and to employ all sorts of tactics. But we are more than them, and they don't know better than us. I mean, if we definitely come together genuinely, sincerely, and honestly for the interest of the country, I think we can make it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manneh.
Yeah. You are. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Musa, it's 12:38. I think he's been here for a very long time, so I think we can ask one question each, and we have a closing statement. So, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah. So, Mr. Manneh, thank you very much, and for coming on today. I think it's been great having these conversations, and of course, reassuring that you are very open to have discussions with other political party to craft a way forward. And if you had one word or several words of encouragement or talking to the voters directly in terms of aligning your party with other political parties, what would be that? What would be that moving forward?
What I will tell, all Gambians is that I think we've all agreed. I mean, all of us, even if we are in different parties, even those within the NPP, that the current government has failed us. NPP has failed us, and the direction that we are taking is not sustainable. But what I will tell Gambians is that let us put aside our differences. Let us not be very emotional. I know it's human nature that we will all have our preferences. We may sometimes have our biases as to who we approve of or who we wish to, which party we want to support. But let us be objective. Let us listen to different views. Let us find a way to bridge. To bridge our divides, the gaps that are there. Let the supporters, encourage, their parties to come together for the common good. I think it is definitely possible. And let us set aside these tribal issues or differences that are not important or that are very, very irrelevant. Let us look at the interests of the country. Let us be genuine in our approach in terms of politics. We can do it civilizedly, decently, and honestly, and send a message that is Gambia-centric, that is more for, to develop Gambians and to support Gambians. So I believe that all political parties should find ways and be realistic. If you think that the party that you're supporting, doesn't have a chance, find a way to align with, for them to align with another party that would have the biggest chance, but not only to have the chance, but would have the interest of all Gambians. I think the unity is our strength. So the messages should be positive. We don't need personality politics. We've never entertained it. We don't need divisive politics. Let us sell our agenda. Let us sell our idea. And the coalition, I believe, will happen naturally. It may not happen today or tomorrow, because what all political parties, everybody is trying to show their strength. It's like it's like a game that everybody is in and trying to block, trying to say I am the one. Or my party has what it takes. But I think eventually, reality will sink in, and we have to be honest to ourselves to save this country, to salvage this nation, and challenge the political party leaders to definitely do the right thing for the country. Because if we should miss this, we will all do the disservice to Gambia and all Gambians for generations to come.
Yeah, Mr. Manneh, my final question is going back to the economy, the economic philosophy.
Yeah.
If there is one thing that we've witnessed during this second term of this current government, they're switching, relying a lot on PPPs. In other words, they're saying on Gambia Ports Authority. They've been around for a while. We've had quite a few problems.
Yeah.
Shift gears and bring in a Turkish company, like you said. They haven't even put any new equipment, but somehow they have to get the job done.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot of talk about. We all talk about the Gambia Bridge that was also.
Yeah.
Talk about doing the same thing for the airport and even. So what's your take on Some say it's basically selling our assets.
Yeah.
That this is just a new way of a new business model, and we're beginning to see the difference.
Yeah.
Under a PAP government, you as the, I mean, what's your take on these two different, business models?
Yeah, like you rightly said, I think what we're witnessing is a state capture. I mean, you have the state representatives, those on top, the status quo. I mean, sometimes collaborating with some people within the business sector. I mean, to find a way to divvy up. Not even a susu like we do here. I mean, everybody gets something, but it's like a looting process. I mean, so the economy is been almost shared amongst themselves. It's simply greed and to self-enrichment. I mean, that is what is happening. It's not for the interest of the Gambia or to develop the country. Whether you go to the ports, I mean, whether you talk of the bridge that they would say was given to this bank, is like a tile. But the money has been received, and where the money has been spent is just unknown. I mean, you look at the oil scandals that is mentioned. Told you maybe another time we will discuss that as well, because I was representing a company that was interested in exploration and drilling. It's Tulo Oil was their country representative. So that thing is something that is not straightforward. I mean, there's a lot of hazy issues. I mean, you look at the scandals in the petroleum, whether the Russian one or that one before 2021. I mean, at the Gum Petroleum. So any sector that you go, there are issues that will definitely raise eyebrows. That we know for certain that there is rampant and unbridled corruption in this country. So they're divvying up the economy, and unfortunately, they're taking up lots of loans. I mean, millions of dollars in loans. You'll hear 20 million here, 30 million every now and then, and you wonder where that those monies are spent. So that is a problem. That's why I say this government has definitely failed woefully. What we must do is that, that's why we said Gambians, there has to be ownership of the country. Government has to properly manage the resources of the country. I mean, if it is done, and every Gambian feels like they are a stakeholder, they have an interest. And to have an interest, to be a stakeholder, is to create meaningful employment, whereby people can, work and earn salaries that are decent enough. I mean, the beauty of the West is not that if you go there, you will be a multimillionaire. It's like you will have a decent living. And to have a decent living in the Gambia, I think is very simple. We're not even asking for people to have luxury things like an expensive mobile or to have vehicles, but to have decent housing. I mean, healthcare, when you're sick, you can go to the hospital. Children can go to school. When they finish school, there can be some meaningful employment. And you can pay your rent at the end of the month and be able to pay your utilities and buy your food and go about your business, even if you don't have $100 in your pocket. But if you can live in dignity, that is all we're asking for. And for that to happen, there has to be a responsible government, one that knows how to manage, I mean, the resources of the country, I mean, to benefit all citizens. So the policies will be where we'll come in detail. And I think that's where you will all pitch in. With the brains, we can definitely do the right thing for our country. I mean, we always the best for the Gambia. We want the Gambia to be just like the way the West is. I mean, none of us, like I said, there's no place like home. I mean, we all want to come and retire in the Gambia, but because if you come to the country, I mean, no matter how much money you bring in this country, if you come in with $100,000, I mean, that's a lot of money. You should have been able to do a lot of things with it, but give it a few months. I mean, your relatives, a few weeks. Your relatives, the people that your friends, everybody is begging, everybody is poor and dependent. So this is something that is not sustainable. I mean, that cycle is what we must stop. And the sacrifice must start with us. We must willing to at least at the moment pay the price, be responsible and deliver. If we do it, I mean, this country can be the best country in the region.
Absolutely, that sounded like a closing statement, but you can add a phrase or two, Mr. Manneh, and we'll let you go.
Yes, I am really very, very grateful. I'm thankful. I thank you so very much for inviting me to the program. Like I said, this is the first one, but I'm sure we'll do some more in the future. Yes, we are the underdogs, but we have faith. I mean, yes, we may be rated as or undervalued, but we have faith, and not faith in only God, but we believe that it is doable. We believe that if we reach out to people and, because we're dealing with logical and reasonable people, and our concerns are the same. We have so much in common. The problems that we're facing, we all know. So it's very simple that we're dealing with humans. You talk to them and tell them what the problems are and what your solutions are. And it's easy to really talk to people, and they can buy into it. They have to see the trust, they have to see the commitment, they have to see the seriousness. And our strength is not in power or privilege, but in the people that who stand with us, side by side, for hope, to change this country. And we believe that we're not here to do a politics of inducement, to give people something or to make empty promises that are not possible. But we are telling them things that have happened in other countries that are doable, that the Gambians are capable of doing. It's about time we take ownership of our country, of our economy, of our government, of our resources, and lead it in the direction that will serve the interest of all Gambians, regardless of your tribe or religion or where you live or where you hail from. So we're appealing to Gambians, to really believe in ourselves. I know things are very tough. It's very challenging. It is very difficult. And most of our problems, all of our problems, I think, has or is connected to economics. It has to do with the poverty situation, the economic situation of the country. If the economic situation is improved, all this unemployment, healthcare issues, security issues, the number of crimes, people going the back way, will be addressed. And it's affecting even our social issues, even people's marriages because of poverty. So the economic situation, if it is addressed properly, whereby all Gambians are benefiting from it, I think it will relieve you guys in the diaspora to invest your money in more productive areas, because you cannot even be outside and all the money that you are making is to help the country to feed people, to support people. So we have the talent, we have the know-how, we have the ability, we have the people, and that is the best resource. That is the people. We have to tap into those people and the resources that they have to come and develop this country together. It is possible, it is doable, and we will do it, inshallah. I thank you so very much. I am very grateful. Pasamba and Mr. Sariam Maro, and my greetings to Coach and all the listeners or the viewers. We are in this together, and we'll do it together as a team. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manneh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manneh. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He's our, by the way, he's our chief strategist. So just to let you know,
Yes. Mr. Jeng. Mr. Jeng, I'm grateful. I will be contacting you some more.
Absolutely.
Even wherever we need your advice.
Absolutely.
Because I think this is one thing that the government has failed to do. The problem with the diaspora is they're willing to help. And if the government will definitely listen to the diaspora and try to implement half of their suggestions, I think this country would have transformed. And these are things that people will do for free.
Yeah.
So we have the talent pool. And we have people who have the love for the country. I think better ideas can be from them than people who are with the IMF or the World Bank, because the IMF and the World Bank will be looking at it, their representatives at a single angle, but the Gambians will be looking at it at primarily the interest and the good and the welfare of the Gambia and all Gambians. So I think that's an area that the government should really look into, and we will definitely try to reach out to you guys.
Like Peter Gomez, nan la Peter Gomez de wa passama mu ne li duuf bi nak bi yëpp xëjut ci cin li. Definitely be there.
Thank you.
I thank you so very much. Thank you you very much. All right, take care.
Yes.
Thank you.
Bro, I think it was a good interview.
It was.
It
was a good interview.
The guy is he's a very decent guy, and he's very smart. Like anytime you form a new political party, it's a tough steep hill to climb. Now, the way I look at it though, does he have long term? In the long term, he can be a player. There is this what I would call the generational shift of politicians. There is this new generation that is coming up. Whether you're talking about the Talibs, the Dr. Cisse's, the I mean, even Mamadou Sabali, the CD guys, young generational players, and this guy fits that profile. So if his strategy is kind of, due diligence, stick to his message. Now, is he going to win in 2026? Hell no, he ain't going to win. We all know that. So if his obsession is 2026, and this is it, then he's going about it the wrong way. If he's in it for the long term, I seriously believe that he can be a player.
Yeah. I don't know whether the folks that you mentioned earlier, they are serious players. I think they are not on the same wavelength with Mr. Manneh. I seriously doubt that. But opinion, subject.
Right.
You have your own, you are entitled to your opinion. I don't think they are very serious. I really doubt that. So they don't have their own political party. So Mr. Manneh, on the other hand, has formed his own political party and he set forth his vision. So whether you agree with him, but I think he's totally distinct from the pack. I said the pack that you just mentioned.
No doubt. But I mean, point well taken. But you know what I'm saying, like this generational shift.
I get it.
And if he sticks with his PAP and make decisions that are basically more strategic, long-term oriented, let's say his approach towards the coalition, do whatever he has to do, in a way that he's not seen as, because, somebody, again, I don't know the guy. Now, I did believe that he endorsed the NPP in 2021. Now, he's saying he did not. I mean, I'll have to take his word for it. But most of us thought that that's what he did. He endorsed. He did not, and because the election at that time is you either endorse the UDP or you're seen as, either kind of wink. I mean, that's how it was seen. So
yeah,
and most people thought that he did. But again, if he's long-term oriented, very strategic, because definitely, I mean, he's a very smart guy. And when you look
and President Barrow and his people stopped his party from being registered. So
yeah,
you don't have to tell us. I suspect powerful people. Who there were only few powerful people there, so we don't have to do it.
I don't know. I don't know the whole story about that. I mean, that they really went out there and make sure that the party doesn't get registered. I mean, that's what he said. But he didn't want to kind of, put it out there. I mean, because that by him saying that definitely compromises the Independent Electoral Commission. And I think that's a huge accusation. Huge. They basically went out there to basically, make sure that he doesn't get registered, advantage NPP. I don't know about that, but that's what he said. Pop Samba.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we were gonna come back to. We talked about the SONA, and then there was a speech given by, Mr. Dabo, and last Sunday I said it here. I'm like, Mr. Dabo needs to come and give the speech of his life. That it was needed for something like that, because the party was definitely, there was no leadership, if you want to call it that, or at least a perception. Everything was this. Kuchinek, a lot of chiefs going out there making their pronouncements that were not helping to the party. So everybody was waiting for Mr. Dabo to come and deliver a speech or say something that would bring. So, Pop Samba, what's your take? I mean, on Mr. Dabo's speech. Did you think that was a speech of his life?
No, I would not call it a speech of his life. But what I think he was able to do is douse the fire to where everybody is just going to just be quiet for a minute and say, you know what? Guess what? I'm now going to apply for the candidacy of the party. And if I should win, I would, mount a very robust campaign. Now, here's the thing, though, with that. We've heard Talib say that if Mr. Dabo is running, I'm not going to challenge him. So nobody is going to challenge Mr. Dabo if Mr. Dabo runs. So, but I think, to me, my own analysis, I believe it was just a statement to just say, let's quiet things down. But there is a bigger issue, Musa.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it is high time for people to wear their big boy pants. This is politics.
Yeah.
the more I hear about this Talib thing, Talib Kulio thing, Talib this thing, Talib is what he's trying to do. Talib is a politician, Musa.
Yes.
And if you're a politician, you have political ambitions. When you have political ambitions, especially to potentially become a presidential candidate of a party, I don't think any one of them had ever said that they are not interested in being the next flag bearer of the UDP. There is always one caveat. If Mr. Dabo is running, I am not going to run against him. That's the caveat. Everybody else is telling you know what? I want it, but I'll only do it if Mr. Dabo is not going to do it. That's what they're telling you. Now, Musa, if you're going to do it, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit until it is at the 12th hour and say, now, vote for me? Or are you going to go there and do the politics of it? And I think what Talib is doing is the work of a politician. He wants something and he is preparing himself in the eventuality. This is me, my own analysis.
Correct.
That it turns out to be, okay, we are going on a primary now. Is Talib against Youngs, against Rohi, against Lamin Sane, against Amadou Sane, against everybody? Because UDP would have 150 candidates if Usainu says, I'm not running. I can tell you that. A lot of them are quiet, but a whole lot of them want it. Musa, this is politics. It's a contact sport.
Yes.
Nobody should expect that I'm just going to Lemsum again, Rector, just to play a nice boy when it comes. That's not how it works. And I think at the end of it, look at it this way. There is nothing stopping Yanks or Rohi or Lamin Sane or Amadou Sane or any one of them to say, you know what, I am also going to go to every nook and cranny of this country to try to build a base, a political support base. And the good thing about it, Musa, is I've seen what happened in Kuntawur yesterday with Talib. If Yanks were to have the same thing in Fonyi, I've seen Yanks in Fonyi and all these other places. What you are building, in essence, is the support base of the UDP. Because when I looked at Talib thing, everything I saw there was so yellow. In fact, you were blinded by the yellow itself. So if Yang does that, Rohi does that, all these people are coming to one camp, the bigger camp, the UDP. So I believe this whole notion of, oh, they're trying to overthrow Usainu, or they should not run, or they should make this thing known. That have been made known for a very, very long time. Everybody knows. You see, this is the problem that we have in the Gambia sometimes. This politics is okay for people to have ambitions to want to run for political office. And when you want to run for political office, you do what politicians do. You go to the people who will eventually vote for you. If you're within a party, you have to have primary within that party, whatever form that is going to take. You want to have that support. All Talib had ever said is, I am not going to run if Usainu is running. That's what he said. Meaning that if Usainu said, I'm not running, Talib is running. And I believe that my guy, my man, Mr. Dabo, saying that I'm going to put myself as a candidate, I don't see that as 100% decision on his part. I believe he needed to do that to calm the storm. And I believe his mind could be changed. Now, if his mind is not changed, great. At least Talib would have done something to try to build the support base of the UDP, because I don't see Talib going and saying, no, I'm not going to run under the UDP. If he does it, he's going to lose so badly. He may not even have 1% of the votes. So if Youngs does the same thing, do the politics. It's politics. Don't sit there and just wait and say we're just going to wait until the election happen or the selection happen, then I come out. No. Do what you gotta do now. Don't divide the party. Don't go and say nasty things about members of your own party and all that. But politics is nasty, Musa. We've seen the primaries that Hillary ran against Obama. This whole birth certificate thing, where did it come out of? Right. Where did it come out of? That did not start with the Republicans per se. There were some Democrats who were munuing it. What happened with Bernie Sanders? And that's the issue that the UDP must avoid. Where you alienate one one side so badly to the extent that they will feel that they are going to give it to you and say, I'm not even going to vote, because that was how Hillary lost to Trump the first time around, when the Sanders people said we were pissed off, we are not going to participate in it. Why, to me, as far as I'm concerned, Musa, was it a speech of his life? No, but I believe he needed to give a speech to calm the storms. But I also believe that it is important for everybody involved to put their big boy pants and engage in the politics of it. Build your own base within the UDP, expand the UDP base, so that when they have that discussion and select anybody, the numbers would have been there, because at the end of the day, whoever supports Talib, if it is Yankuba who is the candidate, you will need those Talib supporters. Whoever supports Yankuba, if it is Talib, you would need Yankuba supporters. So work it out. Wear your big boy pants. That's my thing.
Wear your big boy pants. You wanna go, Marong?
No, Marok is an insider, so he's waiting for
No, you go ahead. You go ahead. I'm not an insider. I'm absolutely not an insider. I'm not. Trust me, I'm an independent guy, and I can say it as it is. Man.
No, I know.
Yeah, I'm not an insider.
When I said last week that Mr. Dabo needs to give a speech of his life, clearly we all know. We've heard from the other players. We heard from Talib, his reaction after Yankuba's utterances. We heard also from Rohim Malik Law. And when we said we needed Mr. Dabo, everybody was waiting to hear from him. And I thought it was a very important speech. Now, did it do what I would call the short-term fix? Yes, it did. But I also believe that he capitulated. And this is my word. You see, it's very difficult. Mr. Dabo has been around for a long time, and there's a lot that he has done. So to criticize him sometimes, people say, oh, yeah, UDP. No. It has nothing to do with that. Leaders have been around, and there are certain respect that they earn. So when you criticize them, you have to do it constructively, but also with respect, because they have earned that respect. For me, with Mr. Dabo, that speech was not leadership in the long term. Because you see, we are talking about the United Democratic Party. That's what it is, and it's sustenance. Understand? It is going to be around for a long time because there are a set of core beliefs that they have. And I think that's what Mr. Dabo needed to reinforce. What Mr. Dabo did was, okay, my party is in shambles. These people, important folks, are here quarreling and fighting. I mean, Young came out there and said, if Talib were to be the candidate, he wouldn't even support him. You see, if I were Mr. Dabo, because for the past year or so, whether it was the Congress that they had in Spain, his response was always, we have a process in place. When everything is said and done, it is the process that matters. Now, what has changed? What has changed over time? Him responding to that process by basically coming in and saying, well, I am also going to apply to be considered. If I were him, I wouldn't have said that, because by him saying that, he has caved in to the demands of the other side. Because let's be honest here, Yankuba Dabo never said he's interested in running, neither is Rohilo. When I listened to them, all they were saying is, Dabo is our candidate. That's what I heard. Dabo is our candidate. If these two came out, and I'm not saying this because I support Talib. It's not about supporting Talib. No, absolutely not. I am just giving my opinion, what I think, the shortcoming of Mr. Dabo's speech. He should have given this speech and said, look, our party, there was Femi Peters, there was Kemisen Jammeh, there were a lot of people before any one of you. We had a process in place, and I was chosen as a flag bearer and the Secretary General of this party. It is that process that matters. Anyone who doesn't subscribe to that process, maybe you have no future in the United Democratic Party. This is not about me. What happened, Nick Yalatre? I drop dead tomorrow. Are you telling me then you're going to walk away from the very principles, core beliefs of this party? It cannot be about me. It has to be about us believing in the core beliefs of the party. Either one, any one of us who comes out of that process, we throw our support to him. If you do not subscribe to that, then you do not belong to this party. You do not belong to this party. Look, making a speech that addresses the problem. But what I heard was when he said, I am going to be considered, I see that as caving in. Honest to God, that's how I see it. Now, things that I hear about Talib that he's doing wrong, and I mean, Mpasamba, you kind of touched on it. What did he do wrong? They said he's betraying Mr. Dabo. He's betraying the party. How? You want to run as a national candidate, opposition against an incumbent, and you want to be president of the country, and you don't want to do what Talib is doing? You're not going to win. I know 2-3 years ago, here in the diaspora, an important constituency of the United Democratic Party, Talib was not their man. Let's be honest. Seriously. They supported the party, and they supported the United, and they supported Mr. Dabo as the Secretary General of the party. But today, there are quite a few of them that do not have a problem with seeing Talib to be the flag bearer of the party. How did he do that? Did Talib bribe them? These are people that I have worked with. They love the party and they love Gambia. He did not bribe them. So whatever the man is doing, this young guy is doing, that's what you do in a party. That's how it's supposed to be done. It has to be about competition and civility. I have never heard Talib go out there and said, if Yankuba Dabo were the primary candidate winner, I am not going to support Yankuba. Talib will never say that. Oh, no. The way he operates to soof. Dude, it's politics. He's not going out there saying anything bad about any one of these people. No, he's using his supporters, the Yunus Haidaras, the Nana Makettas. I don't think so. Talib is doing what is good for the party. And if the United Democratic Party is going to win, they would have to win. They would have to expand the base and win the confidence of people. And you don't do that by sitting around, my friend. Yanks accuse him of going into Western Division, doing things. Oh, come on. Yotamit. In a multi-party democracy, you are a candidate and you don't go out there and do the things that needs to be done? It's no different from what Barrow is doing. No. Using your resources to tell people that this is what you intend to do. What is wrong with that? What he did in KTR, Demba, what is wrong with that? To me, that's sheer politics. Man, lima go moine. If you're talking about the party to be around for a long time, Mr. Dabo should have reinforced and speak truth to these folks and said, look, Pasama talked about putting our, grown-up pants. He should have addressed them and said, look, this party, we have core beliefs that and if you do not subscribe to that process, then definitely we have no party to talk about. But for me, him coming, yes, it quiet the folks. I am going to put my my candidacy, or I'm going to apply. We all know if the man applies, these people are not going to challenge him. Can you imagine Talib challenging Mr. Dabo at the primaries? We told you so. This guy, he is too ambitious. He's a betrayer. Really? And we call that a political party? What did Barrow say in the first place? And if I were Mr. Dabo, low-lie address. We are different from the NPP. Barrow is saying he has to run in order for the party to survive. We are different, my friend. Mr. Dabo did say it in his pronouncement. He said there are a lot of intelligent people in our party, leaders in our party. If there is one thing that we have, other parties don't have, we have people that are ready, day one, to become president. And to me, But in the emphasis, I will not cave in if only me or the party is gone, because nobody will go. If Mr. Dabo steps aside, the party would be fractured. And all he did was reinforce that belief. That's why I said, yes, it was a short-term fix. But I'm telling you, I think he just postponed the inevitable. Now, some are saying, actually, Mr. Dabo is just doing it when everything is said and done, he's not going to run. Then what? You think the problem is going to go away? Maybe that's when he would then give a speech at the Congress. And you know what? Even if people decided that if Mr. Dabo doesn't run, in the case of Young's, what he said, that they're going to step away from the party, let them. Seriously. If I were the leader, whoever does not subscribe to the principal core beliefs of the party, maybe they have no business being in the United Democratic Party. Femi Peters, he had no opportunity to be Kemesen Jammeh. What he did for the party. So there has to be a lot more than just if they choose Sarin Marong, I'm going to walk away. It's supposed to be the battle of ideas. A new way of doing politics in the Gambia. It cannot be about just...
I got Jess, man. So I'm going to sign off here. You know, I hear your analysis, and some you started with good respect. But when you say he's not telling the truth, he caved in. I think that defeats that defeat. No, hold on. We gotta let's calm down a little bit. This is okay to have an honest conversation. Hold on, Musa, but give me a chance to land. I'm about to sign off here.
I don't want that to go. I didn't say he didn't tell the truth there. He caved in to the threats. Yes,
what do you mean by caving? You know, here's the thing. I think, thank you for highlighting that part. But the good part about it is you're not the UDP leader. And people, you know, take care of problems differently at the appropriate time. Maybe that's Musa's approach right now. That might not necessarily be Dabo's approach. But we got to be careful, though, you know, how we say these things on a public platform, because we might not be privy to some of the information inside. I'm not connected to no one. I'm not an insider. But I know that as a leader, especially if you know there is a problem and you are trying to forge a majority going into elections, you need to be able to talk to your family. And you know, Yankuba said it on Bembekeri. They've been summoned by Dabo, counseled privately, and that's what I expect from a leader. He said that. He said, in fact, sometimes we go to the quarterdeck, and Dabo is not nice to us. He say this, and sometimes he's very angry. But you can control so much, Musa. Even us, as family members, our kids, they might not be in line of how we think. But my advice is, let's everyone calm down. I think he did what he's supposed to do in the immediate. In the long term, these conversations will go on. And I hope that was a mistake on Yankuba's part to say, I'm going to think about a bona fide party member if he says he wants to contest for the election. No one should say that. And I'm happy. Even Lamin Manneh yesterday when he was on the brunch says that's a mistake. He should not. We called him up and said that you should retract that statement. Because if you're a UDP member, whether it's Hussein Dabo, Yankuba or Talib or Rahi, if they emerge as victorious, we should all rally behind. That's what that's what democracy is about. You cannot dictate. If we think about Yankuba is not the solo in UDP. He doesn't have the power. He has 70,000 votes in West Coast because of UDP. Let's make sure we make this very, very clear. Talib Bensouda won because he's attached to UDP. You solve your problem. You don't come on the media and show your frustration. That was a political blunder, and I will say it anywhere. Because what is source is your distaste and lack of, and I see all these things yesterday. Boca City posted something too. You don't question. That is discipline, Musa. That is discipline. Maybe I came from a different regiment. I'm military, but when they pass order, I obeyed. I don't come into the freaking platform and show my distaste for leadership of United Nations. These are the problems. Does Dabo have control over what Broker City posts on Facebook? No, he can't. How can you even police that? No, you can't. But I think the conversation needs to be ongoing. And what I saw, and I agree, yesterday when I saw at URR, I didn't see no print of Talib Bensouda. I don't. What I see was United Democratic Party. I see Ajiyam Sek and Achiyam Munda Uyabo, who are at their forefront, who's been fighting for UDP. They knew the problem. They got more intel than you and me, Musa Gang. That's the truth. But again, I think when everyone is going haywire, cool heads needs to prevail. We need to rein in, bring everybody back, and have a conversation. This election, 2026, is very, very important. And common sense needs to prevail over emotions, over bravado, political bravado. I mean, think about it. And I agree. Some of the utterance that he said, if you make someone a national mobilizing committee or a secretary, does he have restrictions where he can go? So I think these petty squabbles, petty talks, infighting, everyone needs to calm down. We need to come on board. We need to unite. We got an opposition party before we get into this. What was he talking? He was articulating the challenges and how everyone needs to come together. And I think UDP is no exception. I see, yes, political party have been, but if you take it to the extreme, it seems like you guys have telegraphed your strategy. And I'm not going to forgive Rohit Malik Low for going on Africa TV. She said it. She said what she's supposed to say. She came to Yankuba, took it from where she got. Lambast, show your frustration, say everything else. It doesn't benefit. The D dominator here is we got a country to build. We got a president who cannot deliver. We got all these things. Your egos, let's set your ego aside. Listen to people, irrespective of what Dabo says on it. I think as a leader, that's his approach. That's his personality. We're all watching. He's not hot-headed. He's mellow. You talk to him. That's his approach, and we need to respect it. But what does he do? I think it kind of cool off the conversation. Whether the problem goes away, I don't think so. But I think ongoing dialogue.
That's why I said,
let me land. I'll let you finish your analysis. So let me finish my analysis. Your approach and my approach are different. And that's why we sit on the platform here every Sunday.
Exactly.
If I think like you, I don't think why would I sit here? I think we need to challenge each other, but also we need to take common sense. I mean, yes, it's cool. I would not go out there, use those blusterous that no, because at the end of the day, all of them need each other to be victorious in 2026. And I think that's what I'm asking. Cool heads needs to prevail. If you are angry, someone is angry, we get into the same room, negotiations will be difficult. And I think it's incumbent upon the leadership of UDP to ensure that common sense prevails. I said it. I was an MC at the UDP event in Atlanta last year.
Yeah.
I gave a speech in Seattle. I did not ask for it. They asked me to give a speech. And one thing I told them, the youngsters especially, these elders respect each other. Musa Hamda, the thing is, respect is reciprocal. You think those people don't have differences? They do. But they solve it amicably. Closed doors, they had conversations. But when they merge in public, it's one unity. You don't draw your dirty clothes in it. It's not. As a politician, Musa, you need to have wisdom. You just push a man here not long ago to say whether he's talking to UDP or he refused to answer that. You might call it now one forthcoming, but that is what you need to do. And I think it was a mistake. And I hope Rahi
some of the things
and Yankuba and Talib come together and stop these back and forth, these differences, because it's apparently out there. Nobody can deny that. It's out there.
Marian, let me come in. Just quick response. Yeah. I do not disagree with some of the catalog of the behaviors of over the day, whether it was the Africa or Young's Dabo. We don't have disagreements there. You don't put your dirty laundry out there. We agreed on that. Seriously. I mean, that's not what the issue is. The issue is Mr. Dabo's intervention. What I said was, like I said, I will never disrespect Mr. Dabo, was that he caved in. Now, Mr. Dabo, like you said, he has called these folks behind the scenes, mutoga nyom, muwahlen, how he felt, caution them. We do not have the inner workings of the United Democratic Party. Yes, absolutely. I don't know the information. But we're talking about the public perception that is out there. Clearly, there is a rift. They came out there publicly and said the things that they said. But my thing is, Mr. Dabo's intervention might want to smooth the edges. I mean, yes, obviously, Kuchineka, different leaders, they have their different style. To me, it's not even the style. Man, where I have a problem with Moine, for him to come out and all of a sudden, I am going to apply and put my heart in the ring. Because he thinks that's the only way that I can bring these people together. That's how I see it as an outsider. What I'm saying is he did not have to say that. Honest to God. And he did not. He seriously did not have to say that. Because really important for Fumoy, the process itself. That's what he believed in. Then look, United Democratic Party, we have a process. And he did say it he kind of alluded to it. When the time comes, if you want to contest, you can come and put your application in and you go through a process. Follow on him. Because these folks, they will never run against him. So, yes, did it smooth out the issue for now? Yes. Yes. But it's postponing the inevitable. I think it did. I seriously think. I mean, I listened to you, but I'm not convinced. Pasamba, what did I tell you? Immediately I heard it, Manila, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with me. You telegraph what you think. I telegraph what I think, and we are from different wavelength. I would not come in there in the hold on. You acknowledge that there was conversation, there were counseling behind the scene. Yes. But what I'm trying to say is obviously, let's have a conversation, continue forward.
There were counseling behind the scenes. Obviously, it did not work.
It did not. Yes.
It did not work because either they came out there and they speak whatever they wanted to say. To me, they disrespected the party and the leader. I'm sorry to say that. Younger Omar, as your Secretary General, and said, look, we're talking about the viability of the party, and I want each and every one of you to work amicably. Whatever problems that we have, let's solve it internally. Okay, they went out there and say whatever they wanted to say. Totally ignoring what you said. I'm saying
but how do you police that though? Because here is the thing. This applies to all. A couple of months ago, well, there was a different political party. The member of it challenged the status quo. They even went on a TV and they had this conversation, right? So what I'm trying to say, how do you police a professional chairman of the biggest constituency? He went out there, say whatever he wants, and I knew. He said, Roy said, "Oh, Gainde, what is this guy's name?" He said, "You invited me." I think he did not invite. I think she was ready to telegraph, and that is the truth. And that's where I'm going to relay. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Give me a second. Let me land. So I think that was a strategy that she did, and subsequently followed by Yankuba Dabo. And I think that is very, very unfair. And if they think that's going to help United Democratic Party going forward, I think that's where my analysis is. And if I had to call Yankuba and say, be careful. The moment, when you get angry, Musa, that's when you don't go in there right on Facebook or you go on public media and spew stuff. Even on the interview, the man looks very, 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 very frustrated. And he did not say, the thing is, Musajan, the way Musajan approach stuff, that's different from Sariang. And that's different from Coach. You got to respect how people's approach are.
It's not a question of, obviously.
Yes, that's what I'm telling. And the good thing is, Musajan doesn't speak for UDP, and Musajan is not the leader of the opposition. At this moment, since we were able to cool things down, and conversation needs to come, these people needs to come together and have a conversation. This is a family. And I hope and pray the House put their acts in order. And I'm telling you, this is not a winning strategy. And whoever had to call Yankuba and Troy, they will tell them that the fact is you need to put your acts together. I really don't have sides. What I had is unity. And yes, there's rancor, and we all know they are not, none of them. Yankuba will say, our party. We all know, Musa. That is not true. That's just the point. He was out there, I gave 1 point something million, I gave 300. That's just the truth. But the way how you go about it, that's very, very fundamental. We are inside. I'm not an advisor to anyone. But we pay attention to every single move that individual say. Somehow, you are the one who is very loyal to Dabo and all that. We've seen it because yesterday, before they are told, the old man was in pipeline. He blessed them with prayers and all that stuff. So Musa, me, I don't need to get into these petty squabbles. But what I'm trying to say is, stop it. You need to come together. We need to fight for what is at stake here. Yankuba going out to member hearing and say stuff that's going to further divide the people online siding with Yankuba. What it does is further divides. And you know what? There are people right now who doesn't have medical attention that they need. There are people who are sleeping right, people who don't have groceries.
But that was not
We've got rampant corruption that needs to be addressed. But you are so fixated on these petty and personality fights. I think it's totally uncalled for.
I am with you. I wish that was the speech that Mr. Dabo gave. I'm telling you, call out people for exactly what they have done. Understand what I mean? What I'm saying is, that was not the speech he gave, what you just rattled.
Yeah, but that's Mr. Dabo. That's not, Mr. Dabo is not Sariang Marong. That's what it is.
We know that.
I know. I'm not gonna hold. What I'm trying to say is let's not make this about Mr. Dabo. Let's make this about the people who created this rift, and they need to be addressed moving forward. All right?
No. I mean, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
Yes, and that's why we sit down on this platform every Sunday.
Do I agree with you that it is about the people that went out there and put out their dirty laundry? Yes. We've done that before. This particular comment that we're making has a lot to do with Mr. Dabo's speech and his effectiveness or lack thereof. Understand what I mean? Yes, obviously we are all different people. We are not Mr. Dabo. We cannot speak for him. The experiences that he has, we don't have. What he knows internally, we absolutely do not know. So there are a lot of things that Nyuntamit Hamunko. Understand what I mean? But I'm just saying, for me, I think the speech that I thought supposed to be given in the interest of the party to salvage the party, knowing what I know, I think there's a shortcoming. There was a shortcoming.
And then that's your critique. It's okay. Here's the thing. I don't disagree with what you are saying. That's Musa's opinion, and that's subjective. But what I'm trying to say is this whole baby to heading into 2026, a lot of adjustments needs to be made, and people need to check their attitude.
So
that's
do you think, my final question before Pastor comes in, that he needed to say he is going to put his head in the ring?
I don't care about what he said. That I'm not gonna repeat that stuff. I'm not gonna say that. You know what? I am about unity for this party to move forward.
I'm asking you. Ooh, this very young left.
I'm not here to say what Dabo thinks or what Dabo doesn't think. What I'm trying to say, I think everyone. No, I'm not, Musa. I am not going to answer that question because you know what? I respect the man. Whatever he said he intend.
Hold on.
He said he intend.
Laxal, you commented on what Yankuba said on Mimbekering. You know what I mean?
But I'm not going to comment on what I told you. That was approach.
Bro, real, wait.
Musa, what you do about every put words in people's mouth. I don't sit here for you to do that. I am telling you, and it's going to be contentious because what you want, I am not going to say that. I understand what is at stake, Musa. I am not sit on fisted, play to the gallery. I don't do that. No. What I know is as a leader of the party, what he did at this point, that is the right thing to do. Okay? And there's a lot at stake, and everyone needs to watch out their utterance. That's definitely, I'm telling you right now, a lot is at stake. This petty squabble, pick one out of the whole speech, and you want people to comment on that. I really don't care about what Dabo says. I really don't. At the appropriate time, I think things will be clear. I'm not going to say that. I'm just being honest with you. I am not going to answer that question. And you can give chance to pass somebody else to say whatever he wants to say.
Yeah, I think that this is getting unnecessarily too contentious.
I think so.
Mr. Dabo gave a public speech. He's a public leader, one of the leaders of that country. And whenever leaders speak, their speeches would be subject to interpretation by people. And people will form different conclusions on it. There'll be people who believe that the speech was the greatest speech. There were people who believed otherwise. And that is just natural. What I believe, though, I don't think Musa is necessarily saying anything out of the ordinary, is that to me, yes, Mr. Dabo, if Mr. Dabo intends to run, great. But to me, the speech should have said, because you see, the UDP is a different political party based on its history and what it went through. Mr. Dabo touched on it just briefly during his speech. And Musa, I saw you trying to talk about that. My emphasis would have been, listen, let's look at the history of this political party. When I was being selected to lead it, I was not even on the ground. I was here in the United States, 1996, attending the Olympics. There were other people. The Malamin Jane, the former head of Action Aid.
Action Aid, yeah.
You know, the Malamins, the Nakasidia Sanyang, all these people. There were a plethora of people who could have led the party. They chose me. People accepted the process. And through that process, a lot of people went through hell, tortures, deaths, and all that stuff. So the legacy of the party rests on these people. And we should have enough respect for the sacrifices that have been waged by these people to at least exercise decorum every time we have our dealings. As a party leader, this is me now speaking. I'm now rewriting Mr. Dabo's speech. As the leader of this political party, nobody has ever accused me or can accuse me of ever usurping anybody's right within the party to grow. We've given opportunity to everybody, a big tent. New people have come into the party and occupy real positions. We've never had a problem. The Kemes and James, the Femi Peters, the everybody, Aje Yamundao Yabo, and all these people sitting here. they could very well vie for the presidency. In fact, I would take a stab at Adama Barrow. If Adama Barrow could be president, believe me, we have more people who can be president of this party. But they respected the process. And anybody who respects the sacrifices of the UDP, who respects the values of the party, will always respect the outcome of whatever decision the party makes. And anybody who wants to put your hand in the race, including myself, that's where I would have mentioned myself. When the time comes, we'll never stop anybody from applying. We'll also be subjected to the same processes. And whosoever is appointed or selected to be the flag bearer, we will expect every member of the party to support that party. Because we do not have camps. What we have is the UDP. Anybody who is here because of the ideals, the history, the values of the party. We are not here for individuals. Anybody who is here for individuals can decide if an individual comes, I'm not going to side with him. But if you're here for the UDP, support the UDP irrespective of who is the candidate, whether it is Ousseynou Dabo, GM Seka, Yanks Dabo, or anything else. And then, Musa, I will conclude by adding to what you are adding. What do you say? We are an envy to almost all political parties in this country because of the many quality candidates that we have who can from day one run this country and do much better than this present status quo. That's what I would say. I expect everybody to go back to work as members of the political party. You do not have to like each other, but you will respect each other as members of the political party. And that is what is expected of this party. And I will just leave it at that. But again, you know, hindsight is 2020. We're engaged in Monday morning quarterbacking. We all have our opinions as to what was supposed to be said, how it was supposed to be said. Yeah. If there is anything, it has calmed the storms for now. Let's hope that the storms will further be calmed. And to my comrade, my brother Yanks, hey, let's all wear our B-boy pants. If you're interested, start going out there. Let's get our hands dirty. Try to get everybody to support you through the UDP.
Oh, he's doing that. I mean, you know, it depends on where you at. I mean, on the thing. So
I'm going all of you next. Sorry, all of you. When I send to Janta, if you are just looking at the moon or the stars in the skies, and we start pushing each other, elbowing each other, then we are in it for just more than looking at the stars. That's it. Let's just focus on the issue. How do we live it now? Let's work together and do our thing. But you know,
I agree more what you said, and I think
I think Mr. Dabo should appoint me as his new speechwriter.
I think here is what.
Hold on, Sariang. Yeah. He should actually appoint me as his speechwriter. All I'm critiquing, Sariang, sometimes he gets all emotional.
No, I'm not getting all emotion. You know your strategy. You know, I know you behind the scenes. No. Don't craft me as emotional and all that. Like you don't get emotional. You get emotional. I know you. And you and I, honestly, you and I had a debate behind the scene. What I'm not going to telegraph. Yes. What I'm not going to. No. You mentioned my name, and I will push back on this again. What are you going to come in show of display? Oh, I'm a reasonable guy. Some people are not. No, that is not the case here, Musa. What we need to address is a problem. And I think Coach articulated rather than a soundbite. You are subject. I told you, you are entitled to your, whatever you decide, whatever. But what I'm trying to say is that might not be a visual, but a valuable alternative. Okay. You do this, and I think that's where I push back. Don't sit there. Oh, sorry, I'm getting. I'm not. I have nothing. I have absolutely. I can tell you that with strong conviction. Strong conviction. No, but let me finish because you accuse me. Let me put this very clearly to everyone who might. Hold on. Let me say this for the viewers. And I've seen some people are saying, "Oh, Dabo is saying absolutely nobody is my candidate. Whatever the United Democratic does for the betterment of Gambia, that's what is the best interest of every Gambian. That's what it is. And you know what? getting your family together as a political party when you see folks going different ways, it's hard. It's hard. It's difficult. It's a difficult task. And you need to take it one step at a time.
Okay. Let me say this. Yes, I absolutely agree. When you have disunity within your party, Mr. Dabo's job is way different from mine. I'm just an outsider with a big mouth. I understand that. But we do that all the time. We listen to a leader make public utterances and we come and we critique it. Yes, obviously, it's my opinion. All I said was, now, in response to Dell, that's why I left this comment. I am not saying for him to come and basically go after Yankuba and Rohim Malik Law and individual. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not absolutely what I'm saying. Seriously, all I said was what he did not solve the problem. It's a short-term fix to a bigger problem. That's just my opinion. If I were to write that speech, there were things that I would have left out and did it, because sometimes as a parent, you gotta be firm. I didn't see that. Seriously. And again, my opinion, if I were to write that speech, I wouldn't, and I'm going to repeat this again. What I saw was Mr. Dabo caving in to utterances and demands from other people. That's what I saw. And to me, that did not solve the problem. Because to me, we're just saying, by Mr. Dabo saying, I am going to run, that's it. Everything is fine and dandy. That has always been in the, seriously. And that's where I have a problem with, really. I mean, so this whole back and forth and no.
The back and forth. You know where the back and forth lies. You asked me a question and I said I'm not going to answer it. That's the back and forth.
But I mean, that's your. But I have every right to ask the question.
No, you can ask, but I have every right to push back and say I'm not going to answer that question.
Right.
It's all wrong.
Which is fine.
And I don't cave in. I stand. What I say in private, that's what I say on public, and I'm not scared to say that.
Man, I know you to know whether Dabo is your leader or not. I don't think you are out here propping Mr. Dabo. I know what I know. I am not the one who would make those assumptions. All I'm saying is there's a reason why I asked that question.
Thank you.
Because this is where we have differences.
Crossroad, man. Speech, that's all I can say, man.
This speech, whether Dabo should have, I think that basically that's where the difference is. Whether he should have included Mom, he's going to put his heart in the ring. I don't think he should have. You decided not to comment on that. Gazi? That's the only difference we have, my friend.
No, and you're right. You're absolutely right. That's what I said. I am not going to comment on that. I mean, that is up to folks to decide and at the appropriate time. But what I'm trying to say is there is a whole lot of work to do. And if you think you got this in the bag, whoever might think that, think about lessons of 2021. We've been here before. Okay? So in that, saying that, okay, this is for sure. I don't think, and nothing is for sure until folks goes out there and cast their votes. And I'm going to warn them. Lessons of 20, this whole thing, the election has been stolen, not been stolen. Some of the attitudes that I seen, I spoke to people, they're saying, you know what? You're not in government. You're trying to impose upon people. And you need to be very, very careful. Safia, that's okay. I'm 100% UDP. That's your opinion. The whole entire time when we had this program, what you were doing is, doing a propaganda for PDOIs. I'm a Gambian. I'm entitled to affiliated with, some of these nonsense that people are saying. What is that? If I'm UDP, what is it? Is it a crime? What is it? What is it? I mean, I don't get it. There are people who are so entitled about stuff, man. I say it as it is when UDP comes in, but what statement did I say that shows that 100% I'm UDP? All I'm taking is to be able to take a middle road. That is gonna, obviously, Musa Jeng is very passionate about 2026 and he wants change of government, but we have to be very careful as well. Okay, so I think that is very, very important, and the mistakes, telling someone. I think the other thing is saying that, oh, what a particular member of UDP is doing is worse than Barrow, or the same thing that Barrow is doing. I think that was a big mistake, and we need to be very, very careful about that going forward. And I think that's where my thing is. We're good. If I don't want to answer the question, I don't want to answer it. It's not, but I think we go back to that respect that I don't want to do that. That's it.
Yeah, look, I'm going to never be a political analyst. The reason why you don't want to comment on it, because maybe he shouldn't have said that, but you're not going to come out and say that.
Well, I really, I don't know, man. Yeah, you can telegraph and analyze whatever you want to do. And at the end of the day, we will continue our debate. Because I know, coach, I know we're gonna continue this debate after the program. We're gonna have more.
You're not going to make me say this. That's what you're going to tell me.
Say it again.
No, I said he agrees with me, but he's not gonna.
No, I don't. I don't agree with you.
He does.
No. Here's the thing, Musa. If you and I talks about political, it's difficult, and the thin skin can't do it. What I see is people saying, "Oh, you cannot do this. You cannot do this." Musa, you cannot tell somebody not to do stuff when you are exactly doing the same thing. And we cannot continue to do that. This is democracy,
right?
Papa Coach said, "Wear your big pants up. Don't whine, don't cry about somebody going out there. Get out there and play the game. Who is preventing you from not playing the game?"
So Buge win. I swear to God, to become a national elected president. You have to win over people. And that
you have to also convince people, Musa. If you're a hardliner, if you are, we've been through this before. If you're a hardliner, and Mr. Dabo was in Atlanta when I took the mic and I asked him a specific question.
Boubacar, come join our party, NDP.
You understand? When I asked him a specific question, I said, if you see here people sitting in the front row, Dabo, I haven't seen Dabo insult anyone. I haven't seen Dabo attack. But the perception out there say, oh, if you say something, they take someone and say, oh, he insult everyone and tag that on UDP brand. I think we need to be careful. We need to unite. It's hard. I get it. I get it. But at the end of the day, we have to do the needful. We have to think about the elders, the KMSNs, Femi Peters, all the other folks that fought before this party to be where it is today. And if we respect and Solo Sandings, all these folks, if we think about them, reflect on the values and what they stood for and fight for, I think this petty thing will be okay. Because if you ask Talib, you ask Rohi, you ask Yankuba, what are the challenges? They will telegraph all the challenges that country faces. I mean, why couldn't we just come together for the sake of the party or the sake of Gambians who needs? And I think one thing is clear, Musa. When I look at this, they say, oh, you're not a bona fide member of the party. But what I see here is when this whole thing phase off, there were a lot of folks from different areas, political actors who said, hey, put your act together. UDP is the biggest political party. And I think that is a blessing. And I think folks need to read into those things, sentiment, who might not naturally align with the party, but saying, hey, this is a moment that we need to, tone it down a notch. And I think that's why I'm speaking. And I hope folks realize that. I don't have a camp, Musa. I really don't have a camp. The camp that I have is for folks to unite and deliver election victory to the Gambians who is yearning for change in 2026 and beyond. I think that is important.
Absolutely. The show will not be fun without starting and going, hold on. So,
no, I wouldn't say that in a while, but you know, you try to poke and provoke and these nonsense folks. There's somebody like a Booba that was, I got a freaking, I got to scream, man. I served 22 in the damn Navy and I did 4 deployments. You think I'm not going to scream? I will scream. That bothers you, sign off, man. Come on. You know? I'm not gonna apologize for that. I'm not. You know, sometimes, man, I'm telling you, some of these folks need to do a reality check, man. It's contentious. We are passionate, but here's the thing, Boubacar Siddiq, you are watching me. I know you watch this show every time, bro. I am just telling you right now. Turn it down a notch, man. Turn it down a notch. We know you. I've met you in Seattle. Very level-headed young man. Very, very level-headed young man. Let's say hands. Be one family, brother. Let's be one family. I seen you back and forth with Kemo Bojang unnecessarily. Kemo Bojang responded, Kemo, I'm appealing. Boubacar is your, you know, the young ones right now needs to get together and be one. The young ones, the Kemos, the Boubacar Siddiqs needs to call each other and be one. Go do some picnic. Meet at whatever the village and have coffee together. Please, don't go back there and back and forth. People think this is between 2 counselors. I think it's totally unnecessary. That's what my advice is going to be. And you know, I know, and I don't even know whether the daddy knows you are misbehaving like this because he's a straight shooter. Definitely. So let's keep it cool, man. Let's keep it cool, my man. Let's keep it cool.
Well, we'll definitely thank you to the PAP leader, Mr. Manneh. We definitely enjoy. We're going to bring you back again. You know, this show, Mom, it is what it is. And we also need to thank our partners, people that make this show happen all the time. I mean, Neuro Wall International, Kiriaisha, and of course,
he said I need to come to his level. That's what I think there is no level. The level is to have a united Democratic Party, bro. Definitely.
I mean, many people commented back. So, but again, I'm reminding people, the July 4th is the July 4th. Please come and support the Atlanta community. We're having for the first time a beauty pageant that is happening the 5th. And the winner would have a scholarship fund provided by Ajera, because that's what we do. We encourage our all the folks that are graduating this year, they can participate in this talent and beauty pageant show. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be totally different.
And you know, coach,
there's going to be a family Sunday. Pasamba.
It's coming from the nation's capital. You know, I am.
Sunday there is going to be at the park, the stadium. Pasamba. I'm going to the stadium. They son.
Hey, you know, my brother Sal Fay. He's telegraphing a strategy. So, oh man, you know, some of these folks they kill me, man.
Baba is the only candidate that can unify the party.
No, you know who Busajeng reminded me of with his art. You remember Howard Dean, the speech that ended his political career?
Hamgayo. Yo da nga anyam. July 4th, dafa heavy de. Boubacar, that is the problem. But we need to bring it back. How do you do that?
Boubacar has never gone to any events anyway.
He doesn't go there. Musa, I think what Boubacar needs now.
He needs to come to July 4th day.
No. What Boubacar needs though is to be talking to you some more. That way you can telegraph some strategy to him, man. I'm just telling you, man. That
engage him.
All of us, man. Coach Pasamba Jao, everyone. Boubacar. I said, brother, man, the American accent, you need to bring your level. I don't have any level, man. All I'm just saying is I'm talking to a brother that I love dearly. How UDP is to you, man. All right? All right.
Boubacar is going to be Boubacar.
You know what? This Lamin Trawale, I think Lamin Trawale was planted by Musa Jeng because he started giving Musa Jeng
Yeah,
20.
he says Musaga 100%. I don't think so. I really don't think so.
I planted by Musa. So he started with Musa Jeng 28%.
Hey, no. Hey, Bwakar Siddiq. And you know, one thing though, I wanted to do this before we drop off today. A lot of people say when they had debate with Bwakar Siddiq, he blocked them. Bwakar Siddiq unblock people, have an open mind and dialogue with folks. And my brother, Boy Fati, said, unblock him. Unblock him.
But
unblock him.
I really want to bring Siddiq, Bubakar Siddiq.
Oh, he's not. He's gonna be on a hard seat, man, when he gets in here. Because
we need to bring him.
Okay.
Seriously. Because there are appearances he's been making. I don't think it's the interest of the party. We need to challenge him.
I'm going to
I engage him all the time on Facebook.
And maybe he's not gonna honor your invitation, Musa.
No, he's open to that. One thing I can tell you about him, he's smart and he's very courageous. He will come here. Wallahi, I can tell you that. This is what he said. He said, I blow
up. Sister Mariam, no, I'm not. You know, sometimes Sister Mariam, here is the Mariama. Here is the thing. We all keep saying, Coach Pasambajau, 22 years, we fought for Jammeh and all that. We all hoping that 2016 was going to yearn what we all fought for. We had a huge disappointment. Now, you know, going into 2026, I think things that we keep disagreeing on, we have more control over that. I might disagree with you. Me and Musajen get a disagreement here. But at the end of the day, we respect each other. We call and laugh. That's what I want to see going forward. Don't squander what you've worked for 30 good years just because you guys cannot agree on little petty things. I think sometimes picking up a phone and call someone and say, hey, bro, can we talk? Can we have a conversation? I mean, you can solve that, especially a leader. I mean, I see that going out to have a coffee and say, hey, this is what is, talk to each other. And I'm saying this to Talib too. If you feel like Yankuba something, open dialogue. I mean, that's only can bring, understanding. But everyone hold on to their position. What it creates friction. And I'm appealing on all of us. And even other political parties, respect them. If someone had to go and meet Dabo, hey, Barrow, don't get onto the WhatsApp message.
Internal rivalry, in sometimes it can be very contentious, even within parties. And that is to be expected. Now, of course, where I agree with you, is it helpful to the party to go out there and do what I would call throwing the gauntlet? If you do this, I'm not going to do this.
Yeah,
I don't think that is helpful.
No, it's not.
Serious disagreements. Serious. Because and I want to be president. I mean, then your elbow want it, and that is to be expected. That's how it's supposed to work. But then we have rules within the party. Rules. If we all agree to those rules, because I'm a Solid Congress, get pass certain rules, everybody vote for it. That's it. It's just like the constitution of the party.
Yeah.
So we need to subscribe and respect that. Because that's what binds us together. But the inner fightings and differences, no.
Yeah. No, I think that is very important, Musa, for us to keep talking about that. You can disagree the way you are going about it. Musa, if we all think alike, maybe we just kind of need to let.
I think Bubakar said he accepted he's going to be here next Sunday. Bubakar Siddiqui, you are on.
And the precondition is there's a lot of people who are accusing him that he blocked them, including Karim Dabo. You need to hold on, Musa. Hold on, Bubakar Siddiq. You are a Democrat. If you're a Democrat, people might disagree with you, but hey, brother, unblock the folks, man, because Boy Fati will be right here and he will be imposing questions to you. And Musa, I think we could extend an invitation to Boy Fati too. Him and Bubakar Siddiq on the same platform next week. Huh? No, but sign Boy Fati, Bubakar Siddiq, Jambe Gilanka Kabina, Fati, Nyancho, Saifanam Bina Fuitina, Kabu Nyancho. What's the deal, man? Tell me.
Musa Jeng be so to play the July.
He would not answer the question. So you're talking about caving in, Musa. Huh? You're talking about caving in. Huh?
Okay, go ahead. I said about caving in.
Huh? No, I am coming alone. I don't need any distraction.
He's coming alone. We're gonna give him seriously. We have a lot of questions to ask Boubacar.
Okay.
And again, we get answers from him.
Yeah.
What he believes in and what is wrong within the party. He's UDP, and I think he wants to see a UDP government.
No, that's good. That's really good.
So we're gonna have him on, and he was here before.
No, he was.
So anyway,
no, I think I even have a picture of me and Bakar when I went to Seattle. I don't know. I think it's 2017 or something. We had lunch together at Kaumar's store, African store, and we had the picture. I think I'm gonna look at and I'm gonna tag him every time he misbehaves on Facebook. I'm gonna tag him and say, Boubacar, stop. Okay,
misbehave, guys. We will be back next.
Yeah, we went to 2:00, Musa. You run overtime. I'm gonna start billing you 12:30. That's what the contract say. An hour 30 minutes. That's overtime. You understand, Fatima?
Hey, you my man. We will be now Pop Samba next Sunday, bro.
Thank you, bro.
And then inshallah.
Inshallah.
God willing.
God willing. Faramos want to play. You gotta play the ad though for July. A lot of folks are asking.
They're asking for it, so I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, please.
Play it. Pasamba doesn't want me to play it, but I will. Take it away.
Jera presents July 4th, 2025. No, be mom be yomba. Friday be. It's known for this cultural evening, but Ajera put a twist to it. Solomon, Ajera Nyune, this time around, is going to be the meet and greet. People come in when you drove into town or you flew into town. All you have to do, Newell Savannah Event Hall, meet and greet. Dress casually, nothing formal. Gayang fay jay afra, gayang fay jay ebeyi. Be pare Solomon nga ne kan nga leen a jox. Solomon ñëwal. No, Solomon. Kii kan la ni ndaxte Nissan no July 4th bi du yomba gay meet and greet Savannah Event Hall July 4th so duga see town rek head on to Savannah Event Hall Nissan we yaay mu ne kuy xalam di ci jaayu wax ko ndaxte ngeen naka nak way yaay Solomon ñol Nissan no July 4th bi du yomba Friday bi ne kuy xalam di ci jaayu Nissan majar waay Nissan way yaay dagu fanya nobe Nissan Solomon bidu yomba yes DJ se hangana nakanak len fate gay Friday July 4th Savannah Event Hall meet and greet
Musa Jeng.
Yes sir.
Barke bi yaay borom lolu la fofu lay danel tay Telula buga barke bi yaay borom Faramos. I think people were very impressed. I'm gonna imitate this speech. Faramos, we're very, very impressed with you today. You did an outstanding job. People accuse you every single day. But I'm gonna tell you, you're not lightweight, you're heavyweight. And I'm just gonna say, Wolof, maybe I might pronounce it. Maybe today or tomorrow I might change my mind. But Faramos, Barkabi,
Yeah, bro. Auntie man, how my name is DTJ. So, Jerigif Faramos, Jerigif. All right, man, bro. Thank you, guys. Thank you to all our viewers. We will be back next Sunday.
I didn't mention his name, and you better not.
All right, man.
All right, man.
Later.